Welcome to Sleepy Throne's Tales. Tonight, we journey into the heart of the Silk Road, where lanterns glow against endless desert skies. Let the midnight caravan guide you into a realm of calm and starlit dreams. The desert night was vast and unbroken, a sea of sand unfolding beneath a sky alive with constellations. The stars were sharp and endless, 1,000 silent watchers keeping vigil over the quiet expanse. Moonlight washed the dunes in soft silver, every curve glowing faintly, as though the desert had been carved from light itself. The air was cool and dry, carrying the faintest trace of spice from the bundles tied along the camels' sides. In the stillness, the caravan began to stir. Camels shifted slowly, their great bodies rising from the sand, while their shadows stretched long across the dunes. Bells tied to their harnesses gave a gentle chime, breaking the silence not harshly, but with the softness of wind brushing a reed. Lanterns were lit one by one, their golden glow swaying like tiny stars anchored to the earth. The desert accepted the light without resistance, folding it into its vast, quiet dot. At the head of the caravan stood Musa, the elder guide. His robes, worn yet dignified, moved faintly in the night breeze. In his hand, he held a wooden staff, polished smooth by years of travel. He did not hurry, he never did. His eyes lifted often to the stars, for they were the only true map in the desert. To Musa, each constellation was a trusted companion, guiding him across countless journeys. Tonight, as always, they shone steadily, promising safe passage. Around him, the traders finished their quiet tasks. A woman tied down a chest of carved ivory, its surface etched with delicate patterns. A young boy stacked baskets filled with figs and dates, the fruit wrapped carefully in cloth to keep it fresh. Two brothers adjusted the heavy rolls of silk strapped across their camel's back, the fabric gleaming faintly even in the dim light. Each motion was calm and deliberate, for in the desert nothing was rushed. When the line was ready, Musa gave a slight nod, and the caravan began to move. The camels stepped forward in patient rhythm, their feet pressing deep into the sand. The lanterns swung gently with each stride, scattering light that danced across the dunes. From afar, the caravan must have looked like a trail of fallen stars drifting across the earth. As they moved farther from the camp, the silence deepened. It was not empty, but full of the desert's slow breath, the steady hum of the camels, the quiet murmur of robes brushing sand. Every sound became part of a single rhythm, a music that carried the travelers onward, without hurry, without strain. The night stretched before them like a dream waiting to be walked through. And so the caravan entered the vastness, unafraid, unhurried, glowing softly beneath the eternal stars. The caravan pressed onward, leaving behind the faint glow of the resting camp until it was nothing more than a memory of firelight. Ahead stretched the first true sea of dunes. The sand glimmered faintly, as if the stars above had scattered fragments of themselves across the earth. Each step, taken by camel or trader, stirred a subtle shimmer, a quiet dance of grains shifting back into stillness. The air was crisp, cool against the skin, carrying only the faint rustle of wind as it moved across the dunes. The desert's silence was not empty. It was layered, alive with textures, so delicate they seemed almost imagined. The hush of footsteps, the soft groan of leather straps, the faint clink of brass fittings brushing together, the sigh of sand rolling down the slope of a dune. Altogether, these sounds became a rhythm of passage, steady and serene. Musa walked at the front, his staff making a light imprint in the sand with each step. The lantern at his side cast a halo that swayed gently, guiding those behind him. From time to time, he lifted his gaze to the heavens. The constellations stretched wide across the black velvet sky, marking direction, marking time. To his right hung the familiar curve of the scorpion. To his left, the hunter's belt gleamed sharp and true. For Musa, the stars were more than points of light. The caravan stretched long, a glowing ribbon winding through the desert's dark. The camels moved patiently, their shadows long and soft, their breath rising in small clouds that vanished as quickly as they formed. Children rode near the center, wrapped in blankets of wool, their eyes heavy with drowsiness. Women hummed to them, soft songs without words, notes that blended with the rhythm of the bells. It was as if the desert itself leaned close to listen. On the crest of one dune, the caravan paused. The horizon had no edge, only a fading into more shadow, more curve, more promise. To some, it might have seemed overwhelming, but to these travelers, it was a comfort. The immensity of the desert held them quiet and steady, like a cradle large enough to contain all dreams. As the descent began, the sand shifted beneath the camels' broad feet, sliding in small cascades that caught the light of the lanterns. Each fall of sand was like an hourglass turned over, a reminder that the desert's time was slower, softer, unconcerned with haste. One trader whispered to his companion that walking here was like moving through the breath of the earth itself. Each step a heartbeat, each dune a lung rising and falling in the moonlight. And so they continued, unhurried, glowing in their slow procession. The silver dunes embraced them on all sides, endless yet welcoming, vast yet intimate. The caravan was no longer separate from the night. It had become part of the desert's dream. The caravan moved as a quiet ribbon across the desert, its lanterns flickering like earthbound stars. By now, the night had settled deep and steady. its coolness seeping gently into the traveler's robes. The desert, though vast, no longer felt empty. It seemed alive, attentive, as if listening to every footstep, every sigh of breath, every slow jingle of a camel's bell. As they reached a broad hollow between two high dunes, the sands began to stir in a curious way. The wind, faint and playful, slipped along the ridges and sent rivulets of grains trickling down their slopes. To the ear, it was more than a hiss. It was a whisper, long and low, as though the desert itself had leaned in to speak. The travelers paused, listening. Some smiled faintly, for they had heard this sound before and knew its name, the Whispering Sands. The dunes could sing, Musa explained quietly, when the wind and the sand moved together in just the right way. His voice carried calm authority, but also a kind of reverence, as if even he, the seasoned guide, still marveled at this secret music. The whispering rose and fell, a soft chorus that filled the hollow like a lullaby. It was not eerie, but tender, a sound that seemed woven for the tired traveler's heart. Children nestled against their mothers, closing their eyes, lulled by the harmony. One young boy, his head resting against a rolled blanket. His mother smiled, brushing his hair, letting him sink into dreams without correction. For in the desert, every story held a kind of truth. The camels, too, seemed soothed by the sound. They stood in still patience, ears flicking, their eyes half closed, as though they understood the music. The lanterns swayed gently from their saddles, casting shifting shadows that merged with the rippling sand. In that mingling of light and sound, the hollow felt enchanted, a secret chamber hidden beneath the stars. Musa raised his face to the wind, listening as though it carried words only he could hear. His eyes softened, and for a moment, even he looked less like a guide and more like a listener, a student of the desert's timeless language. After a while, he lowered his staff and signaled the caravan forward once more. The travelers climbed from the hollow, but the sound lingered in their ears long after. It followed them across the dunes like a memory, soft, soothing, eternal. The desert had shared its song, and now it held their footsteps more gently, as if welcoming them deeper into its embrace. And so the caravan moved on, each traveler wrapped in the quiet comfort of the whispering sands, carrying the desert's lullaby within their hearts. The caravan pressed on, their path weaving gently between ridges that rose like frozen waves of sand. The air had grown even cooler, wrapping the travelers in a cloak of night that was neither harsh nor empty, but calm and watchful. Each lantern, swaying from its hook, left arcs of light that drifted across the ground, glowing halos that seemed to move like fireflies in the dark, far ahead. Musa lifted his staff, pointing to the faintest shimmer on the horizon. At first, it seemed nothing more than a mirage, a fragile glimmer that the desert often conjured. But as the caravan crested a ridge, the shimmer steadied, becoming a distant scatter of golden sparks. Another caravan, perhaps, or a camp nestled in the hollow of dunes. The travelers watched in silence, their weariness softened by curiosity. The desert was vast enough that one could wander for weeks without seeing another soul, and yet here was proof of life, far away yet near enough to remind them that they were not alone. Children perked up, peering from their blankets, asking if there would be new stories to hear when they reached it. Their parents hushed them gently, smiling, though none could deny a spark of hope that a meeting lay ahead. The camels plodded onward, their shadows stretching long across the sand. Above, the stars gleamed brighter than ever, scattering their cold brilliance across the desert. Around it, the constellations wheeled in slow majesty, their ancient shapes watched by generations of wanderers before these. A breeze slipped through the dunes, cooler now, carrying with it a faint scent that did not belong to empty sand. It was subtle, a trace of smoke, perhaps, or spices borne on the air. The travelers inhaled deeply, their imaginations stirring. Someone whispered of cinnamon, another thought of cedar. The scent carried stories of marketplaces far away, of laden stalls and bustling hands, of voices calling over the hum of trade. But here, beneath the star-washed silence, the thought of spices became a dream, something distant yet comforting. As they walked, the glow on the horizon brightened, though still far beyond reach. The lanterns of their own caravan joined the distant sparks, the two sets of lights echoing one another across the sea of dunes. For a moment, the desert felt like a mirror, reflecting life upon life, fire upon fire, hope upon hope. Musa called a gentle halt upon the crest of another ridge. He told them that the night was young, the sands forgiving, and that they would continue until they reached a hollow fit for rest. The travelers nodded, content, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the other lights danced. The desert seemed to cradle them between two fires, one behind, fading into memory, and one ahead, shimmering like a promised dot. And so they walked on, step by step, their lanterns swaying in quiet rhythm, their hearts warmed by the thought of unseen companions moving somewhere out in the great stillness of the night. By the time the caravan descended into a wide hollow, the night was thick with starlight, every grain of sand silvered by the sky's quiet glow. The travelers had walked, long and steady, their steps softened by the whispering dunes. Musa halted at the base of the hollow, where the sand dipped lower than the ridges surrounding it. His staff tapped once against the earth, and he nodded. "There is a well here," he murmured. His voice carried calm certainty, as though the desert itself had told him. The travelers exchanged glances. Yet Musa began to sweep aside layers with the curve of his staff, and soon the dark mouth of a stone circle appeared. The air above it was cooler, touched by a dampness rare in such a place. One by one, the camels lowered their heads, their nostrils flaring, recognizing what lay hidden beneath. The well was narrow and deep, its stones worn smooth by centuries of hands that had drawn from it. A rope was tied to a wooden beam, its fibers frayed but strong, and Musa lowered the bucket slowly. When it rose again, it carried water that gleamed. In the lantern light, dark, reflective, alive, the travelers gathered. The water was cool, tasting faintly of minerals, yet sweeter than anything they had known for days. Children cupped their palms, laughing softly as the water slipped through their fingers, trickling like crystal threads. Mothers let the little ones drink first. Smiling in relief, the well seemed almost enchanted, placed here in the midst of emptiness, as though the desert had hidden a gift beneath its sands. Some whispered that it had been dug by kings of old, to guide caravans across the long routes of trade. Others thought of holy men whose prayers had struck the earth and called forth its secret spring. Whatever the truth, the well stood silent, offering life to those who found it. Around the circle, the travelers sat in hushed peace. Camels drank deeply, their great throats swallowing rhythmically, their bells chiming softly with each movement. The air filled with the smell of damp stone and fresh water, a perfume unlike any spice, delicate and grounding dot. When all had drunk, Musa filled a small jar from the well and placed it reverently among his belongings. "Water to carry forward," he said, "and a reminder that even the desert holds kindness." The lanterns were lowered, their glow wrapping the group in golden pools of light. Above, the constellations wheeled silently. The stone shaft, the caravan drifted into a pocket of calm, the kind that would be remembered long after the journey was done. The caravan set forth again, their thirst quenched, their spirits lifted by the hidden well. The air seemed softer now, carrying a hush, as though the desert itself was pleased to have shared its secret. They moved in single file, lanterns swaying like a procession of stars, each flame guiding the next. The dunes grew taller as they advanced, rising like immense waves that had frozen in place centuries ago. Their slopes curved gently, their ridges sharp as knife edges against the sky. The moon, now higher, painted their peaks in pale silver, leaving the valleys between them deep in shadow. The travelers felt small, cradled between these giants of sand, yet safe in their embrace. As they climbed a high ridge, a strange sound followed them. At first, it was faint, a low hum, like wind pressing through hollow wood. Then, as the camels pressed upward, the sound deepened, rolling like distant thunder. The dunes were singing. Musa paused and raised his hand. He listened, smiling. "The sands are alive," he said quietly. "They speak when the winds pass through them." The travelers hushed, listening with widened eyes. The sound was haunting, yet gentle, like the notes of a long, slow flute played by unseen hands. It echoed between the ridges, flowing through the night. Children clutched their blankets, whispering that perhaps the desert was telling stories of travelers long gone. Others thought it was the voices of ancient kings, their songs hidden in the grains. Some believed it was the memory of the earth itself humming to those who crossed its skin. Whatever the truth, the sound lulled the caravan, its rhythm steady, endless, and strangely soothing. As they descended into the valley, the humming grew softer but never fully faded, like a lullaby that lingered in the ears even after silence. The camels, unbothered, walked calmly, their hooves pressing deep into the sand. Their bells chimed in harmony with the desert's hum, creating a music unlike anything the travelers had heard. Musa led them to pause again on the valley floor. He told them that the dunes had always sung, though few stopped to listen. "It is the voice of time itself," he said. "The sand has seen what we have not, carried stories we will never know. When it sings, it is remembering." The group sat for a while, letting the strange music wash over them. Some closed their eyes, rocking gently with the wind, their bodies swaying as though to the slow rhythm of a drum. The desert seemed to breathe around them, alive and vast, yet tender in its song. When at last they rose to continue, the sound followed them faintly, carrying them onward like a guiding hand, steady and calm, as though walking not across earth, but across a great and ancient melody. The desert night had grown deeper, its silence vast, yet above the travelers the heavens opened into a shimmering sea. Stars spilled across the sky in countless numbers, so bright they seemed close enough to touch. Some flickered like tiny lamps, others shone with steady brilliance, guiding the travelers onward. The caravan paused atop a high ridge where the horizon stretched without end. The air was cooler here, crisp and clear, and every sound carried far. The swish of fabric, the faint creak of saddles, the soft padding of camels' hooves. But it was the sky that commanded their gaze, naming the stars their parents had told them about. The hunter with his belt, the great bear, the twin lights of the east. Musa traced patterns in the air with his hand, his voice soft but certain. "These stars have guided travelers for centuries. Long before maps were inked, long before roads were marked, the sky was the path. He told them how merchants once followed the bright star in the north, steady and unfailing, to guide them through deserts and mountains. He spoke of the constellations, how each was a story written in the heavens, heroes, kings, and creatures of legend. The stars were not silent, he said, but keepers of memory, glowing to remind humankind of its place in the vastness of creation. The caravan listened, their eyes fixed upward. Some whispered prayers, thanking the sky for its guidance. Others simply watched, their hearts quiet, their thoughts drifting like the sands. The camels too lifted their heads now and then, their dark eyes reflecting the starlight, as though they too understood the silent language of the heavens. A gentle wind stirred, carrying with it the faint scent of spice from the packs, mingling with the cool desert air. The fabric of the tents fluttered softly, and the lantern flames danced in rhythm with the breeze. Yet nothing could outshine the stars above. One traveler, an old woman with silver hair, murmured that the stars looked like a second caravan, one that traveled eternally across the heavens. Perhaps they are those who came before us, she said, her voice soft and full of wonder. Perhaps every star is a lantern carried by someone who once walked these sands. Her words wrapped the group in a quiet reverence. They sat in stillness, staring upward, their imaginations drifting among the constellations. Time seemed to blur. It no longer mattered how many miles lay ahead or how far they had come. In that moment, they were simply part of something greater, a caravan beneath the endless caravan of stars. And as they rose to continue, they carried that thought with them, that they were never alone, for above them stretched the greatest road of all, lit not by fire or lamp, but by the eternal glow of the heavens. The night carried the caravan into a low hollow where the dunes fell away, revealing a secret valley tucked between the folds of the desert. At first it seemed like any other shadowed basin, but as they descended, a warm glow began to shimmer faintly from within. The travelers slowed, their curiosity stirred. Lanterns, dozens of them, were scattered across the valley floor, swaying gently on poles planted in the sand. Their flames flickered golden against the dark, each one steady and bright, as though waiting for the caravan's arrival. The sight was so unexpected that the group fell silent, eyes wide, breaths held in awe. Moose's face softened with recognition. An old resting place of the caravans before us. The lamps are lit by those who passed, left burning for travelers who would follow. The group dismounted, stepping softly among the glowing lights. The lanterns hung at different heights, some low, close to the sand, others high upon tall wooden poles. Their glass panes were colored faintly in blues and ambers, casting a dreamlike glow across the valley. Each flame flickered as though alive. Some stretched their arms upward, pretending to place the little lights back into the heavens. Hushed as though the flames commanded silence, the travelers gathered around, each choosing a place near one of the glowing lamps. The faint sound of the desert wind outside the valley seemed distant now, muffled by the circle of light. Musa told the story of how this place was created. Long ago, merchants traveling through the desert feared they might lose their way in the endless dark. So they built a haven here, leaving lanterns for those who would come after. With each new caravan, the flames were rekindled. The valley kept alive through generations. Every light, Musa said softly, is a unspoken bond between those who journeyed and those yet to come. The travelers sat in quiet awe. Some thought of their ancestors who might have rested here. Others thought of the journeys that lay ahead. For a while, no one spoke further. They simply breathed, surrounded by the calm, golden glow, one by one. Weary eyes began to close, the warmth of the lanterns soothing them into drowsiness. The flames flickered gently, rocking them into dreams, as though the valley itself wished to cradle the caravan for the night. And so, under the watchful glow of 100 lanterns, the caravan rested, safe and wrapped in the quiet light of those who had walked the sands before them. By dawn, the valley of lanterns faded into memory, its flames left flickering behind the caravan as they pressed deeper into the desert. The first light of morning painted the sky in strokes of pale lavender and rose, spreading softly across the horizon. The sand dunes glowed with shifting colors, gold, amber, and silver as though alive beneath the rising sun. The caravan climbed a slope where the wind whispered faintly. At first, the sound seemed ordinary, no more than the desert breeze. Harp children froze, their eyes wide, and even the camels tilted their heads. These are the whispering dunes, he explained. The desert sings when the winds move through it, just so. Some say it is the earth telling its secret. Each shift of the breeze released another tone, sometimes low and mournful, sometimes high and lilting, as though laughter had been woven into the wind itself. The notes blended, rising and falling, until it felt as if the desert were alive, speaking to them in a language beyond words. A boy tugged at his mother's sleeve. "What is it saying?" he whispered. As they walked along the ridge, the whispers followed them. The dunes seemed to sing in harmony with their steps, each footfall answered by a soft vibration from the sand. Some travelers closed their eyes as they walked, letting the music wash through them. Others simply stared at the waves of golden dunes stretching endlessly in every direction. Hearing the desert's quiet symphony, At one point, the sound grew stronger, swelling into a great, deep resonance that rolled across the valley like thunder. Yet it was not frightening. It was steady, calming, like a great voice humming a lullaby. The camels moved more slowly, as though lulled into serenity. The people, too, felt their hearts lighten, their burdens fading with the strange, soothing song. Finally, as the wind shifted and grew still, the voices faded, the dunes quieted, leaving only the soft hiss of sand sliding down their slopes. The caravan paused, reluctant to leave the music behind. But Musa reminded them with a gentle smile, the desert always speaks again when the time is right. They moved onward, carrying the memory of the whispering dunes with them. The sound remained in their minds like a half-remembered melody, soothing, mysterious, and eternal. As the day lengthened, the sun climbed higher, its golden heat pouring across the desert. The dunes shimmered like molten waves, yet the caravan pressed on with steady rhythm. Midday light painted every figure, long and sharp, upon the sand, until it seemed as though an entirely different caravan marched beside them, made only of shadows. The travelers soon noticed the strange beauty of this second procession. The children pointed at their own silhouettes, running alongside them like playful companions. Camels appeared taller in shadow, their swaying necks bending like towers of ink across the dunes. Every step stretched into a moving pattern, a dance upon the endless canvas of gold. Musa urged them to slow, not to hurry through this part of the desert. The shadows here are more than light's play, he murmured. They remind us that all who journey leave a part of themselves behind. The desert keeps even the thinnest trace. The group grew hushed again, watching their silhouettes move across the sand. For some, the sight stirred quiet reflection. An old man thought of his youth, remembering how he once strode as quickly as his own shadow, but now his pace had slowed. A mother, carrying her child, gazed at their joined silhouettes and smiled, knowing the desert had captured this fleeting moment of closeness. The shadows shifted as clouds drifted across the sun, thickening and then thinning, stretching into shapes that seemed almost otherworldly. Some claimed to see figures, not their own, mingling in the dance. Ghostly outlines of travelers who had passed this way centuries ago. The children gasped in delight, whispering that the desert's shadows carried the footsteps of every caravan in history. The silence of the sands magnified the experience. Each step, each crunch of footfall felt as though it belonged not only to the travelers, but also to the shimmering world of light and shadow surrounding them. Slowly, the caravan came to feel less like a group of weary wanderers and more like a grand, endless procession woven into the story of the desert itself. At last, when the sun began to dip and the air softened. The shadows grew long and delicate, stretching far across the plains until they blended together in one great sweep of darkness. The caravan halted at a ridge, watching the horizon as twilight approached. Their own shadows, once tall and sharp, faded into the deepening dusk. Absorbed by the coming night, it felt in that moment as though the desert had taken their reflections and folded them into memory so that long after they were gone, the land would still remember their passing. By twilight, when the heat of day had loosened its grip, the caravan reached a hollow nestled between two tall dunes. At its center lay something rare in the heart of the desert, a stone well, its rim worn smooth by centuries of hands. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moisture, and a hush settled over the travelers as though they had entered a sanctuary. One by one they approached, lowering buckets into the unseen depths. The ropes creaked gently, and soon the sound of water sloshed upward, echoing in the hollow chamber. Each echo seemed to carry more than sound. It seemed to hold voices, soft and distant, speaking in tones no one quite understood. A boy peered into the dark circle of the well and whispered, "Who speaks down there?" His mother smiled faintly. "Perhaps it is only the water replying to us." Musa, however, leaned upon his staff and said, "This is no ordinary well. It has gathered the voices of every traveler who ever drew water here. Their words linger, carried by stone and water, and return when the desert is ready to remind us of them." The caravan grew still, listening. When one woman dropped her bucket, the splash below echoed into a sound like laughter. When another hummed softly, her tune returned to her, doubled and drawn out, as though the well itself wished to join in the song. The travelers began to test it, some speaking names, others reciting prayers, each word coming back altered, stretched into something both familiar and otherworldly. The children, enchanted, tossed pebbles into the depths and waited for the hollow replies, giggling when the echoes sounded like faraway drums. Even the camels leaned their heads near, grunting at their own calls that returned distorted but oddly comforting. As night descended, the well became the heart of a quiet gathering. Travelers sat around its rim, sipping cool water, their eyes softened by starlight. The echoes filled the pauses in conversation, as though unseen companions shared the fireless circle with them. Musa spoke again, his voice hushed but steady. "The desert keeps nothing truly silent. Every sound, every word becomes part of its memory. We drink not only water here, but also the stories of those who came before us." When at last the caravan rose to rest among the dunes, the echoes followed them faintly, a lingering chorus in the night air. Some swore they heard blessings carried on the wind, Others said they heard whispers of forgotten names. Whatever truth it held, the well had reminded them that they were never truly alone on their journey. When the night deepened, the caravan settled on a ridge where the horizon stretched unbroken in every direction. No fire was lit, for the desert sky itself became their lantern. Above them, stars bloomed like silver blossoms scattered across an endless dark garden. The air was so clear that each constellation shone with a sharpness rarely seen in any city or village. The youngest among the caravan gazed upward in awe, their eyes reflecting the shimmering heavens. Musa sat among them, drawing shapes in the sand with his staff, lines that mirrored the stars above. "The desert," he whispered, "gives us no roads of stone. Our roads are written in the sky. Follow the stars, and you follow the path of every nomad who came before." He traced the great arc of the northern stars, pointing out a shape like a caravan, three bright lights in a row, with a cluster behind that resembled camels trailing across the heavens. Then he showed them the desert hunter, a stern figure marked by stars that glittered like polished gems. Each constellation carried its own tale of kings turned wanderers, of queens who sought wisdom in exile, of lost travelers who became guiding lights for others. The children listened as if spellbound, while the elders nodded knowingly, recalling their own nights beneath the same eternal map. The stars seemed alive that night, shimmering as if leaning closer to the desert to watch the gathering below. One young girl asked, "If the stars guide us, do they also watch us?" Musa smiled. "They have watched countless caravans. They do not forget. When we move across the sand, they carry our story above, just as the desert carries it below." The silence that followed was not empty, but full of the soft hum of the night wind, full of the weight of countless journeys remembered by the heavens. Some travelers lay on their backs, tracing constellations with their fingers. Others whispered prayers of thanks, sending their words upward like invisible threads, hoping they might be woven into the glittering fabric of the sky far on the horizon. A faint meteor streaked downward, glowing briefly before vanishing. Gasps rose softly from the caravan, and Musa's voice followed in calm certainty. "A falling star is a reminder. Even those who burn quickly leave a trail of light behind." The desert, under the star map, became something more than a vast, empty place. It became a living compass, a storybook written in light, and the travelers, though weary, felt comforted, guided not only by sand and memory, but by the eternal script above. They drifted into rest, their dreams carrying them among the constellations. By dawn, the caravan approached a valley of towering dunes, their slopes rising like frozen waves across the horizon. At first, The air was still and silent, but as the wind swept gently across the ridges, a low, resonant hum filled the morning. It was as if the earth itself had begun to sing. The travelers paused in wonder. The sound was not like ordinary wind. It was deeper, like the vibration of a great drum or the hum of an unseen choir. Each dune carried a different tone, and together they formed a harmony that shifted as the breeze danced over the sand. One of the elders whispered, "These are the singing dunes. They answer to the desert's breath." Musa knelt, running his fingers through the golden grains. Every grain of sand carries a note. When countless grains move together, the desert makes its music. Children climbed the slopes, sliding down the soft surfaces, and as they did, the dunes responded with long, trembling notes that rolled like the sound of distant thunder, yet remained strangely soothing. The travelers laughed softly, astonished at how the desert could turn play into melody. Even the camels shifted their weight and groaned, their sounds blending with the deep hum of the sand. For a time, no one spoke loudly. They simply listened, allowing the desert symphony to wash over them. Some closed their eyes, letting the vibrations sink into their chests, steadying their breathing as though the dunes were guiding their hearts into calm rhythm. Others whispered quiet blessings, believing the sound to be sacred, a sign that the desert acknowledged their journey. As the sun climbed higher, the light poured over the sand waves, casting shadows that shifted with the singing tones. It seemed as though the desert itself moved in harmony, light, sound, and wind weaving together into one endless, flowing lullaby. Musa finally said, "Every traveler who passes here leaves their own part in the song. The dunes carry it forward, just as they carried the voices at the well. We may leave footprints that vanish, but sound lingers. The desert remembers." When the caravan moved on, the music followed faintly, fading only as distance swallowed it. Some swore they still felt the hum in their bones, a quiet vibration that would stay with them long after the dunes were gone from sight. It was as though the desert had placed a part of its song inside each traveler, to guide them in silence through the long road ahead. The caravan pressed on through the heat, until the horizon shimmered with a faint mirage. At first it looked like an illusion, a trick of the sun upon weary eyes. Yet, as they drew nearer, the wavering shimmer resolved into green silhouettes, tall palms rising from the sand like guardians of water. Hope stirred quietly through the travelers. They entered a hollow where cool air drifted gently, carrying the scent of sweetness. At its heart lay an oasis pool, its surface still as glass, reflecting both sky and trees. Around it, clusters of date palms swayed with soft, rustling leaves, and the ground beneath was dotted with golden fruit fallen in abundance. The travelers laid down their burdens. Some knelt by the water, cupping clear handfuls to their lips, feeling life flow back into their parched throats. Others leaned against the palms, their eyes half closed, letting the rustle of leaves lull them into drowsy calm. The camels, too, bent their long necks and drank deeply, their movements slow and contented. Children laughed softly as they gathered fallen dates, sticky and sweet, sharing them with one another beneath the shade. The elders spoke of the palms as ancient gifts, rooted deep where hidden springs whispered beneath the earth. Every oasis, Musa said, is a promise. The desert is harsh, yet it keeps its hidden kindnesses. As midday light poured down, the oasis remained cool, its pool reflecting fragments of clouds drifting above. A breeze stirred, and the reflection rippled, breaking the sky into 1,000 silver pieces. The caravan rested in that serenity, time itself seeming to pause, as if the oasis existed outside the relentless march of the sun. Some travelers laid blankets at the pool's edge and drifted into sleep, lulled by the mingling of water's silence and palm leaves music. Others traced circles in the sand with their fingers, their thoughts wandering, light and unburdened. For a while, the hardships of the journey felt distant, replaced by a quiet harmony that wrapped the entire gathering like a veil. When they finally rose to depart, each traveler carried dates in their pouches, both for nourishment and as reminders. They knew the desert would demand more endurance, yet they also knew it carried places of unexpected gentleness as they stepped beyond the hollow, leaving the palms behind. The image of the mirrored pool, memory. Night had returned, draping the desert in a cloak of indigo and silver. The caravan formed a circle once more, their fires flickering low to preserve wood. Yet overhead, the sky blazed with its own lanterns, countless stars scattered across the heavens, glowing with a brilliance undimmed by distance or time. The travelers reclined upon woven mats, gazing upward. Each star seemed sharp and alive, as though they could pluck it from the sky. The Milky Way stretched in a glowing arc, so clear it looked like spilled dust from some divine treasure chest. The silence of the desert amplified the heavens, making every flicker seem louder than sound itself. An old poet of the caravan began to speak in a low, steady tone. Every star, he said, is a fire guiding another caravan somewhere beyond the horizon. Just as we look to them, so do others in lands we may never see. His words fell like slow droplets of honey, blending with the stillness until they became part of the night's rhythm. Children huddled close, their eyes fixed on the constellations. Musa pointed to shapes traced by ancient travelers' hunters, ships and animals frozen in the heavens. The stars, he told them, are maps that never fade. They have guided every journey across these sands since time began. His voice was calm, steady, carrying the weight of generations. The camels shifted in the sand, folding their legs beneath them, their great eyes half closing as if lulled by the vast sky. The fires dwindled to embers, their glow reflecting faintly in the polished brass of cooking pots set aside. No one hurried to sleep. Instead, they let the quiet beauty of the night sink into them until their hearts beat in time with the stars above. The poet's final words that night lingered in the silence. When the road is long and the dunes seem endless, remember that the same stars shine on your loved ones far away. They bind all travelers together, no matter the distance. And so the caravan drifted into sleep beneath the lantern sky, wrapped not only in blankets, but in the soft, eternal light of the desert heavens. At dawn, the caravan moved once more, their shadows stretching long across the golden expanse. The sun's first light caught the ridges of the dunes, turning them into sculpted waves of amber and rose. The desert, quiet and vast, felt alive in its own language spoken not in words, but in whispers. As the wind rose, fine grains of sand shifted, flowing down the slopes with a hushed, silken sigh. To the travelers, it sounded like faint voices carried across the emptiness, murmuring secrets too ancient to understand. Children asked if the desert was speaking to them, and Musa answered gently, "Yes, it tells of every journey that has passed this way. It remembers footsteps, even when the prints are gone." The dunes towered high, curving like frozen waves of an ocean that had turned to gold. Climbing them was slow, each step sinking, each ascent demanding patience. Yet once they reached the crest, the view opened like a vision, rolling with dune upon dune, until sky and earth met in a seamless glow. The wind carried scents, faint and fleeting, traces of herbs buried in sand, a whisper of coolness from distant, unseen springs. The camels trudged steadily, their broad feet steadying the climb, their shadows merging into long patterns upon the shifting slopes. The caravan moved as though in a dance with the land itself, upward, downward, onward. Some travelers pressed their ears to the sand and swore they heard more than windlow hums, resonant as though the dunes themselves were singing. Perhaps it was imagination, perhaps not. In the desert, time blurred, and the boundary between dream and waking often softened as midday neared. The sun poured light like molten gold upon the dunes. Yet, instead of harshness, the desert gave them music, the quiet rustling of sand sliding, the whispering wind threading through ridges, the soft sigh of a land that never slept. When they paused to rest, they sat in silence, each listening, and in that silence they felt not alone, but part of something vast woven into the endless memory of the desert's whispers. By late afternoon, the heat pressed down upon the caravan like a heavy cloak. The sands shimmered as though molten mirages rippling in the distance, teasing the weary with visions of blue water and shady palms. Yet Musa walked with quiet confidence, guiding them through the deceptive haze. He knew the land's secrets, paths passed down from elder to elder, where life hid beneath the desert's harsh mask. At last he stopped at the base of a low ridge of stone. "Here," he said simply, his hand resting upon the rocks. The travelers, exhausted and parched, looked around in confusion, seeing nothing but dust and silence. Musa motioned for the younger men to bring their tools. They began to dig at the earth between the stones, sand sliding away under their hands. Minutes stretched, hope wavering, until the ground gave way with a damp, dark sigh. Dot from the hollow, a trickle of water seeped forth, cool and clear against the hot sand. The children gasped, and the women laughed softly, relief washing over them like rain. Soon water welled into a shallow pool, enough for cups to be filled, enough for lips to be moistened and throats soothed. The camels lowered their long necks, drinking deeply with contented sighs, their great eyelids half closed in peace. Around the hidden well, the caravan rested in grateful silence. The men filled leather skins, while the women washed dates and figs to soften them for the evening's meal. Some travelers splashed water over their hands and faces, the coolness carrying away the fatigue of the march. The elders spoke of how such wells were treasures, never marked, never obvious, kept alive by the knowledge of those who walked the sands. "The desert is not barren," one murmured. "It only hides its gifts until you prove worthy of them." As twilight fell, the small pool reflected the colors of the sky, lavender, crimson, and fading gold. The travelers sat in a circle around it, feeling as though they had found not just water, but a small miracle tucked away in the endless sea of dunes. And in that moment, the desert seemed less like an enemy and more like a guardian, demanding respect but offering kindness to those who listened. Night returned to the desert with a slow grace, spreading a velvet darkness across the endless horizon. The last streaks of sunset faded into deep indigo, and one by one the stars emerged, piercing the sky like silver lanterns. The air, once heavy with heat, cooled into a crisp stillness. For the weary caravan, it was time to move again. Traveling by night was safer, for the sands no longer scorched underfoot, and the heavens themselves became their guide. Musa raised his hand toward the sky. "See there," he said softly, pointing to a bright cluster of stars forming a long curve. "That is the river of the heavens leading east." And that one his finger touched a single bright jewel in the sky will not move. Follow it, and you will not lose your way. The children tilted their heads back, eyes wide, marveling at how the desert itself seemed to open above them like a grand celestial map. The caravan stretched into a quiet procession under the starlight. The camels moved steadily, their padded feet making almost no sound, leaving faint trails that vanished quickly in the shifting sands. The only noises were the soft jingle of harnesses, the rustle of robes, and the occasional hushed murmur as travelers pointed out constellations to one another above. The Milky Way arched in a great river of light, flowing endlessly across the heavens. To many, it seemed like a reflection of the Silk Road itself, invisible pathway uniting lands and peoples, shimmering with promise and mystery. Stories were told in low, soothing voices as they walked. An elder recalled an old belief that the stars were lamps hung by unseen guardians to watch over those who dared to cross the desert at night. The desert itself changed under starlight. The dunes, golden and fiery by day, now lay pale and ghostly, glowing faintly under the moon's silver touch. Shadows softened, and the vast emptiness felt less daunting, more like a sleeping sea. Cool breezes drifted, carrying the faint scent of salt from lands far away, perhaps from a hidden oasis or forgotten shore. The wind whispered over the ridges, a soft lullaby to guide the caravan onward. Some travelers felt as though they were walking through a dream, half awake, half adrift, in a world of quiet wonder. A young boy clutched his mother's hand and whispered, "It feels like the stars are walking with us." She smiled, pressing his hand gently. "Perhaps they are, my son. Perhaps every journey has companions we cannot see." Hours passed in this slow, rhythmic march. Time itself felt suspended, measured not in minutes or miles, but in constellations drifting overhead, in the soft rise and fall of the dunes, in the steady, rocking gait of the camels. By the time the moon reached its highest point, the caravan had traveled farther than they realized, carried forward by the harmony of the desert's night. When Musa finally called for a pause, they gathered in silence, laying blankets upon the sand. No one lit a fire, for the stars provided all the light they needed. The travelers lay back, staring upward, their thoughts softening with the night. Dreams began before sleep even touched them, woven from the endless sky above. As the night deepened, a hush settled across the land, but the desert was never truly silent. A faint wind arose, curling gently across the dunes like a wandering spirit. It carried whispers, soft, indistinguishable murmurs that seemed to drift from beyond the horizon. Some said these were the voices of travelers, long gone, etched into the sands, carried eternally by the air. The caravan moved slower now, conserving strength. The camels bent their long necks, swaying like ships upon a calm sea, their bells chiming faintly with each step. Every so often, the breeze would scatter grains of sand into the air, glittering under the moonlight like tiny sparks. The children giggled quietly at the sight, but their mothers hushed them, urging them to listen. "Do you hear it?" one whispered. "The desert speaks when the stars are awake." Musa, walking at the head, paused to lift his face to the wind. His lined features softened as he closed his eyes, listening as if the desert itself shared secrets meant only for him. After a long moment, he opened them and spoke gently. "This wind is guiding us. It will lead us toward the low valleys by dawn. Trust it as you trust the stars." His calm voice settled any unease among the group, for in the desert, even small reassurances were as precious as water. The dunes themselves seemed alive in the breeze. They shifted and sighed, reshaping under the moonlight into new curves and ridges. Shadows danced, turning familiar paths into strange, dreamlike landscapes. Yet, despite the shifting sands, the caravan pressed forward with steady steps, their trust resting on Musa's knowledge, the stars, and now the wind. A girl at the back of the caravan whispered to her grandmother, "Does the wind ever tell stories?" The old woman smiled, her eyes glinting with starlight. "Oh, child, it tells stories older than kings. Every grain of sand has been somewhere before, touched some life before ours. The desert holds every tale, it only speaks them slowly, in a voice too vast for us to hear at once." The girl held that thought close, as though she had just been handed a secret treasure. As the night passed, the wind grew stronger, yet not harsh. It wrapped around the caravan like a cloak, carrying the fragrance of unseen places, perhaps a grove of palms, perhaps a hidden spring, perhaps the spice of distant lands waiting far beyond the horizon. It was a reminder that the Silk Road was not only a path through deserts, but a bridge between worlds, and every gust of air carried a fragment of those worlds along its unseen current. When the moon began its slow descent, the caravan finally paused upon a high dune. From this vantage, the desert stretched endlessly below them, bathed in silver light. The wind moved over the dunes like the tide over a vast ocean, endless and eternal. The travelers lay close together, drawing blankets against the chill, listening to the desert's whispers as sleep gradually overtook them. And so the night carried them into dreams, as though the sands themselves had cradled them to rest. The long night journey had left the caravan weary. Yet when the first pale shimmer of dawn touched the horizon, a quiet hope stirred among them. The desert, once cloaked in silver, softened into a canvas of muted pinks and purples. Each dune caught the early light differently, turning the land into a sea of color that rippled with the slow breath of the wind. Musa raised his staff and pointed eastward. "There," he said, his voice carrying a note of certainty. "The valley lies beyond that ridge. By the time the sun rises, we will find water." The promise of an oasis, whispered so calmly, revived the tired hearts of the travelers. Step by step, they descended the sloping dune and pressed onward. As the morning light grew, the air shifted. The faint coolness of night began to lift. But on the wind carried something else, a fragrance, subtle yet unmistakable. It was the scent of damp earth, mingled with the faint sweetness of palm leaves. The younger ones quickened their pace, though the elders cautioned patience. "The desert hides its treasures," one murmured, "but it always reveals them to those who walk with respect." Soon the dunes parted like curtains, opening into a shallow basin cradled within the sand, and there, shimmering under the tender light of dawn, lay the oasis. Date palms rose like gentle guardians, their fronds swaying lightly in the early breeze. A pool of still water reflected the morning sky, its surface painted with soft streaks of gold and rose. Birds wheeled overhead, their cries breaking the silence, the first sounds of life beyond the caravan's company for many nights. The travelers sighed as if one body, their weariness dissolving into awe. Camels lowered their heads to drink deeply, rippling the mirrored surface. Children hurried forward, cupping the cool water in their hands, their laughter echoing across the grove. Some of the elders dipped cloth into the pool and pressed it against their brows, murmuring thanks in soft voices. For many, the oasis was more than water. It was a promise that the desert, vast and merciless though it seemed, also had moments of kindness. Musa watched quietly, a faint smile upon his weathered face. He did not rush to the water, but instead knelt on the sand, bowing his head in gratitude. He whispered words only the wind could carry, honoring the unseen forces that had led them safely here. The oasis soon filled with gentle activity. Fires were kindled to brew warm tea, and the aroma of dried figs and dates being shared filled the grove. Blankets were spread in the shade, where the tired travelers finally let themselves rest fully. The palms swayed above them like sentinels, whispering a soothing rustle that blended with the bird song and the trickle of water. The desert's harshness seemed a distant memory, replaced by this small paradise of calm. Some lay back against the sand, gazing up at the lightening sky. The stars had faded, but the memory of their long watch lingered. As eyes closed and breathing slowed, the travelers drifted into dreams, their bodies rocked gently by the warmth of the rising sun and the murmur of leaves above. The oasis cradled them as tenderly as a mother, and for a few golden hours the desert became a place of peace, healing, and deep rest. As the sun rose higher, the oasis became a sanctuary of stillness. The water gleamed like a mirror of the sky, framed by palms whose long fronds swayed with the soft rhythm of the morning breeze. The weary travelers, no longer pressed by the endless march of sand, surrendered to rest. Blankets were spread in quiet corners of shade, and soon the oasis became a tapestry of slumber. Camels, too, seemed to sense the rare moment of reprieve. They knelt in the sand, long lashes lowering over half-closed eyes as they chewed lazily on tufts of grass sprouting near the water. Their bells, which had chimed so steadily through the night, now hung motionless, producing only the faintest sound when the breeze touched them. Even the birds in the trees softened their songs, as though respecting the caravan's fragile dreams. Children, worn from excitement, slept curled beside their mothers, tiny hands clutching morsels of dates they had not finished. The elders reclined against their rolled packs, faces tilted upward, breathing deeply as though each breath carried away years of fatigue. For a rare moment, the entire company lay united in silence, bound not by movement, but by the shared surrender to peaceful sleep. Musa remained awake longer than most. He sat cross-legged in the sand, eyes roaming the sky as if in quiet conversation with the fading stars. His mind traced the paths they had walked, the unseen perils avoided, and the unseen kindnesses that had brought them safely here. Only when he felt the weight of his eyelids pull downward did he lean back against a palm, finally allowing himself to rest. Sleep in the oasis was unlike sleep anywhere else. The desert seemed to hold the dreams gently, as if wrapping them in veils of light and shadow. Some dreamed of cool rivers winding through green valleys. Others dreamed of distant cities, their streets alive with music and color. Children dreamed of endless skies filled with stars, each one a lantern guiding them toward hidden wonders. The dreams mingled in the air, unseen but palpable, like the fragrance of blossoms carried on the breeze. Hours passed in tranquil silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of fronds or the faint ripple of water when a bird dipped its wings into the pool. Time itself seemed to slow, stretching like the golden rays of the sun as they filtered through the palms. The desert outside this sanctuary remained vast and unyielding. But here, within the grove, the caravan floated in a world of serenity, untouched by the trials of their journey. When at last the travelers began to stir, it was not with the heaviness of exhaustion, but with the lightness of renewal. Eyes blinked open to the sight of palms swaying overhead, to the glimmer of water, to the warmth of the morning sun. It was as though the oasis had poured its calm into their very bones, filling them with quiet strength for the miles yet ahead. Oasis had given them more than water, and Shadid had gifted them rest, the rarest treasure of the desert. The first signs of stirring came gently, like ripples spreading across a quiet pool. A child rolled over and yawned, blinking up at the palms as sunlight filtered through their swaying leaves. Soon after, the low murmur of voices joined the hush of the oasis' soft greetings exchanged as travelers woke one by one. The long, heavy weariness that had weighed upon them before was gone, replaced by the light clarity that only true rest could bring. The camels, patient and enduring, had already risen. They shook sand from their coats, their bells giving off faint, melodic chimes that blended with the rustle of fronds. A few wandered to the water's edge, their reflections rippling as they dipped their muzzles once more. Their presence reminded the caravan that the journey, though paused, was far from ended. Fires were rekindled, their smoke rising in pale wisps against the morning sky. The fragrance of tea leaves steeping in brass kettles drifted through the air, mingling with the sweetness of dates and dried figs laid out for a simple meal. Travelers gathered in small circles, breaking bread together, their conversations soft and measured. They spoke of the stars they had followed, of the hidden strength found in one another, and of the unseen hands of fate that had led them to the oasis. Musa, his face still serene from sleep, stood quietly at the water's edge. He dipped his hands into the pool and let the cool droplets run across his palms, whispering a quiet blessing. Turning back to the caravan, he spoke in a voice calm and steady. The desert tests us, but it also teaches us. Last night we walked through silence. Today we walk with renewed spirit. Beyond these sands, there are valleys rich with trade, cities alive with stories, and horizons that will show us wonders we cannot yet imagine. The younger travelers listened with wide eyes, their spirits stirred by the thought of unseen cities glowing like lanterns in the distance. The elders, more seasoned in the ways of the desert, nodded slowly, appreciating the quiet wisdom in Musa's words. Once breakfast was finished, the slow process of preparation began. Blankets were rolled, saddles tightened, and goods carefully secured upon the camels' backs. The rhythmic creak of leather straps joined the rising hum of voices as the caravan readied itself. Children helped in small ways, handing ropes to their parents, filling water skins from the oasis, or gathering dried branches for the fires to be buried beneath sand. Every action felt purposeful, a ritual of movement binding them together. When all was ready, the travelers paused one last time at the edge of the pool. Many bent to touch the water, as though imprinting its coolness upon their memories. Some whispered thanks to the oasis itself, believing that even such places had spirits watching over them. Then, with slow and steady steps, the caravan moved once more toward the waiting desert, leaving the grove behind as quietly as they had entered. The oasis remained behind them, a small green jewel hidden in the endless sea of dunes, but its gift lingered not just in their waterskins, but in their hearts. Rested, renewed, and quietly hopeful, the caravan set their faces toward the horizon, ready to walk again beneath the sky's boundless dome. The first steps away from the oasis were heavy with reluctance. Behind them lay cool water and swaying palms, a sanctuary in the desert's endless embrace. Ahead stretched a horizon that shimmered with heat, a vast expanse of rolling dunes and silent mystery. Yet the caravan moved forward, each footfall sinking softly into the golden sand, their shadows stretching long beneath the sun's rise. The air was drier here, carrying the faint temps of dust, and the breeze that once whispered through palms now swept across the dunes in hushed sighs. Each traveler adjusted their cloak, wrapping it tighter against the strengthening sun, while the camels resumed their steady rhythm, bells swaying in slow, familiar patterns. The sound echoed like a song of resilience, reminding all that they were part of a greater story, one of endless roads and ancient trade. As the hours passed, the caravan began to find harmony once more. Children rode atop camels, their eyes wide as they traced the shapes of the dunes. Some imagined them as waves of a frozen sea, others as mountains carved by the hands of forgotten giants. The elders pointed to subtle signs in the sand, the faint trail of a desert fox, the shifting marks left by wind, the way the sun's angle revealed safe paths among the ridges. Every movement of the desert seemed alive, as though it whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Musa walked at the head, staff in hand, his eyes scanning the horizon. Though the heat pressed against him, there was a quiet steadiness in his stride. He carried within him the memory of the oasis, its coolness and peace, and let it guide him forward. To the caravan, his calm presence was a compass of its own, assuring them that each dune crossed was one step closer to distant wonders. The silence of the desert was deep, but never empty. A hawk circled high above, its shadow gliding across the sand. From time to time, a gust of wind would rise, lifting fine grains into swirling ribbons that danced briefly before settling again. Even the stillness seemed to carry music, the soft shuffle of feet, the creak of leather straps, the faint murmur of travelers sharing quiet words. When midday arrived, the desert light grew fierce, painting everything in dazzling brightness. The dunes shimmered as though made of molten gold, their edges blurring in the heat. To endure it, the caravan moved slower, their steps measured and patient. Scarves shielded faces, and waterskins passed gently from hand to hand. The oasis was far behind, but its gift of renewal lingered in every stride, as though its memory still flowed in their veins. By the time the sun began to lean westward, a rhythm had returned. Each traveler, from the smallest child to the eldest guide, carried themselves with quiet resolve. The desert was vast, and its challenges unyielding, but the caravan walked as one body, one breath, one story unfolding beneath the unending sky. Far ahead, the dunes curved like waves, guiding them toward a new horizon. What lay beyond, none could yet see, but the path itself, golden and endless, became their companion. As the afternoon sun softened into a gentler glow, the desert began to change its colors. The sharp glare of noon faded, leaving the dunes brushed in amber and rose. Shadows stretched farther across the sands, weaving delicate patterns that shifted with every breath of wind. It was in this softer light that the caravan first noticed something unusual far ahead. At first, it seemed a trick of the eye. A faint outline shimmered at the edge of the horizon, wavering like a mirage. Some thought it a ridge of dunes, others the haze of distant heat. But as the caravan drew closer, the shape grew clearer, angular forms, not of sand, but of stone. Dark silhouettes rose against the golden backdrop, weathered yet unmistakably carved by human hands. A quiet murmur ran through the travelers. Children leaned forward eagerly, their imaginations alight with stories of hidden cities and forgotten palaces. The elders exchanged measured glances, recognizing the echoes of tales they had heard in their youth tales, of ancient markers left for travelers long ago, structures that stood as both warning and welcome on the Silk Road. The nearer they came, the more details emerged. Towering columns, broken yet still standing proud, cast long shadows across the desert floor. Chiseled stones, half buried in drifting sand, bore faint engravings, worn smooth by centuries of wind. Some blocks were toppled, lying like sleeping giants, while others formed archways that hinted at paths once trodden by countless feet. Musa halted at the crest of a dune and lifted his staff, signaling the caravan to pause. His eyes lingered on the ruins, studying their placement, their silence, their age. The desert had claimed them, Yet something in their presence felt watchful, as if the stones themselves remembered the voices of those who had passed long before. The children whispered in awe, asking if it was a lost city. An elder replied softly that these were not the homes of the living, but the markers of travelers, gone before monuments, raised for guidance, perhaps even as a sign of protection. Whatever their purpose, they were reminders that the caravan was not alone in its journey. Others had walked these sands, leaving behind traces for those who followed. The camels stirred uneasily as the wind swept through the hollow arches, producing a low hum like a distant flute. It was not threatening, but it carried an otherworldly tone, a reminder that the desert held both mystery and memory. The travelers gathered closer, drawn by reverence more than fear. They passed among the stones in silence, their steps light, as if walking through a sacred hall. Some knelt to brush the sand away from carvings that hinted at forgotten script lines of symbols curling like waves, circles etched with care, fragments of names long lost to time. Others placed small offerings, pebbles or flowers carried from the oasis, tokens of respect for the unseen hands that had built these markers centuries ago. When the caravan finally moved on, the ruins faded once more into the distance, swallowed by the horizon as the dunes rose around them. But their presence lingered in the minds of the travelers. Like a whispered reminder, the road was eternal, carrying countless lives across its golden expanse, each leaving behind traces for those yet to come. And so, as the desert stretched ahead, the caravan walked with renewed awareness that they were part of a story much greater than themselves, woven into the fabric of time and sand. Asterisk. By the time the sun kissed the horizon, the caravan had reached the shelter of the ancient ruins. The last rays of daylight painted the broken columns in deep shades of copper and crimson, while the desert breeze carried with it a coolness that hinted at the coming night. Musa chose the hollow between two fallen arches as the place to rest. The stones, though weathered, offered protection from the shifting winds, their shadows stretching long and dark against the sand. The travelers set to work with practiced ease. Some unpacked the woolen rugs and spread them across the ground, creating islands of comfort amidst the sand. Others arranged the brass lamps, filling them with oil until tiny flames flickered to life, casting golden halos upon the carved stones. The glow revealed etchings that had been hidden in the fading light spirals circles, and faint depictions of animals that once roamed freely in the desert's embrace. The children wandered among the ruins with quiet wonder. Their fingers traced the smooth grooves in the stone, imagining the hands that had carved them, the voices that had spoken here centuries ago. Their laughter was hushed, as if they instinctively knew they stood in a place meant for reverence. When the campfire was lit, its warmth joined the soft flames of the lamps, creating a gentle circle of light that banished the darkness creeping in. Around it, the caravan gathered. Pots of lentil stew simmered slowly, filling the air with a comforting aroma that mixed with the faint sweetness of dates. Bread was warmed on the stones near the fire, and tea was brewed in copper kettles, its steam curling upward into the cool night above them. The first stars began to appear, bright pinpricks scattered against the indigo sky. Slowly, the heavens unfolded in their full splendor, an endless canopy of starlight stretching from horizon to horizon. The ruins seemed to glow beneath it, as though the stones themselves remembered the sky from centuries past and welcomed its return each night. An elder, his voice steady and soft, began to tell the children stories. He spoke of travelers who had once followed the same road, of caravans that had stopped here long before, resting beneath these very columns. His words painted pictures of ancient merchants bearing silks, spices, and jade, their footsteps echoing in the vastness of history. The children listened, wide-eyed, while even the adults leaned closer, letting the tale weave through their weariness. Outside the circle of light, the desert stretched endlessly, silent but watchful. From time to time, the wind carried a faint sound through the ruins, a sigh, a hum, almost like whispers of the past mingling with the present. As the fire crackled and the stew was shared, a sense of deep peace settled over the caravan. They were far from home, surrounded by endless sands, yet in this place they felt connected not just to one another, but to those who had come before. The ruins stood as silent witnesses, bridging the living with the echoes of time. When the embers glowed low and the night deepened, the travelers lay upon their rugs beneath the broken arches. Some drifted to sleep with the warmth of the fire still on their faces, others with their eyes fixed on the heavens. Above, the stars shimmered, countless and eternal, keeping watch over the caravan as it slumbered in the embrace of history and sand. The desert night had been kind, and the ruins had sheltered the caravan like an ancient guardian. When the first pale light of dawn stretched across the horizon, it touched the broken stones with a soft silver glow, as though awakening them from centuries of slumber. Slowly, the shadows retreated, revealing details hidden in the darkness, faded carvings of animals, the faint outlines of long-forgotten inscriptions, and delicate cracks worn into the marble by time's steady hand. The camp stirred gently. A few travelers rose early, wrapped in woolen cloaks to shield themselves from the morning chill. They moved quietly, careful not to disturb those still resting, and gathered near the small embers of the fire. One man added a handful of dry twigs, and soon the flame returned, warming the circle with a gentle flicker. Copper kettles were set once more above the fire, and soon the sharp, earthy aroma of brewing tea drifted through the ruins as the sun crept higher. Golden rays spilled across the arches and pillars, painting them in colors that shifted from rose to amber. The camels stirred, stretching their long legs and shaking the sand from their coats. Their soft grumbles echoed between the stones, blending with the bird song of desert sparrows that had taken shelter in the cracks of the ruins. For a brief moment, the place felt alive again, as though the voices of the past mingled with the morning sounds of the living children. Awoke to the warm smell of flatbread baking on the stones. They rubbed their eyes, laughed softly, and hurried to chase one another among the ruins, their laughter dancing like music through the ancient halls. An elder smiled as he watched them, whispering, "The past rests here, but it welcomes the future." His words lingered like a blessing carried on the morning breeze. Breakfast was shared in peace. Bowls of dates, figs, and almonds were passed around, along with steaming cups of sweetened tea. A few travelers sat with their backs against the carved columns, sipping slowly as they gazed at the endless horizon. Each one knew the road ahead would stretch far, yet the beauty of this morning made the journey feel less like a burden and more like a gift. When the sun finally stood tall above the horizon, the caravan began its preparations. Rugs were folded, kettles packed, and camels loaded with their burdens once again. The younger men climbed the broken arches for one last look across the landscape, shading their eyes to the east, where dunes rolled endlessly into the distance. The ruins stood quietly behind them, watching, as if content to see travelers depart just as countless others had before. Before leaving, Musa placed his palm upon the smooth stone of a weathered column. His eyes lingered with respect. "These stones remember more than we can imagine," he said softly. The others, hearing his words, bowed their heads for a moment, honoring the memory of those who had walked these paths before them. And then, with camels rising to their tall, swaying gait, the caravan moved forward once more. The ruins faded into the distance, their shadows shrinking beneath the growing light of day. The desert opened wide before them, vast, endless, and waiting. As the caravan pressed eastward, the ruins disappeared behind them, swallowed by the desert's ever-moving veil. Before long, the landscape shifted into vast dunes, rising and falling like the waves of a golden sea. The air was still, yet here and there the wind stirred faintly, carrying with it whispers that seemed to curl around the ears of the travelers. Some said it was only the breeze, but others swore it was the desert singing in ancient, low melody carried across the sands. The dunes were unlike anything they had passed before. They towered high, their ridges sharp and gleaming, each crest throwing shadows like brushstrokes upon a painter's canvas. Climbing them was slow and steady work, each step sinking deep, the camels laboring with their patient rhythm. Yet from each summit the view stretched breathtakingly far, a rippling expanse without end, glimmering beneath the relentless sun. Children carried in baskets upon their mothers' camels leaned over to watch the patterns left behind in the sand trails of lizards darting into their burrows. Faint tracks of foxes long vanished into the dunes, and the winding signature of a serpent that had passed in the night. Every mark told a story, and Musa reminded them softly, the desert writes in silence. Learn to read it, and you will never be lost. As midday approached, the wind strengthened, shaping the dunes before their eyes. Waves of sand shifted and rolled, cresting and falling as though alive. The caravan halted for a moment, watching, in awe as a tall dune shivered, its edge collapsing in a slow, graceful cascade, golden grains tumbling downward like liquid fire. The sound it made was strange and haunting, low hum, deep as a drum, echoing faintly across the basin. The travelers sat in silence, listening. It was the voice of the desert itself, singing from within its own heart. When they moved onward, they did so with reverence. The camels walked carefully along the dune ridges, their shadows stretching long and thin. The air shimmered with heat, but the faint music of the sands lingered in their minds, carrying them forward. The younger travelers whispered to one another that the sound was a blessing, a sign that their path was protected. The elders, though silent, held the same thought in their eyes. Toward evening, when the sun slanted low, the dunes softened. Shadows stretched, and the sky burned with the colors of saffron and rose. The caravan descended into a sheltered hollow where the sand was firm and smooth. Here they made their camp, spreading rugs and lighting small fires, sheltered from the wind. The day's weariness slipped away as they sat beneath the vast sky, still remembering the song of the dunes. That night, as stars blossomed overhead, the desert seemed impossibly alive. Every breeze that touched the tents carried with it the echo of that deep hum, like the steady pulse of the earth itself. And the travelers slept with calm hearts, as though the sand had sung them into dreams. After a long march through the wind-sung dunes, the caravan's pace slowed. The sun had dipped lower, softening its light into a warm, amber glow that bathed the desert in gentle hues. The travelers began to notice a subtle change in the landscape. The dunes, though still vast, formed a natural curve, creating a small hollow that seemed almost sheltered from the endless wind. Musa, ever watchful, raised his staff and gestured ahead. There, he said softly, "Look closely. The desert hides a treasure here." At first, the travelers could see nothing but sand, but as they approached, a shimmer caught their eyes, subtle, almost magical. Green fronds flickered in the low light, and the faint glint of water reflected the sun like scattered gems. The caravan quickened its steps, the camels' hooves sinking less into the sand, as if the land itself guided them. Then, suddenly, the hollow opened to reveal a hidden oasis, nestled between the undulating dunes like a secret kept by the desert. For centuries, date palms rose tall, their fronds whispering softly in the evening breeze, while a pool of clear, cool water glimmered at their feet. The reflection of the sky on its surface was almost perfect, capturing the amber hues of the fading sun. Children leaped from the camels, running toward the water, their laughter ringing like music across the sand. Women followed, unrolling blankets and setting up small fires for the evening meal. The men led the camels to the water's edge, allowing them to drink deeply and shake off the fatigue of the day. The oasis seemed to embrace them, a hidden sanctuary amidst the vast desert, offering both refreshment and solace. Musa walked slowly along the pool, touching the water with reverent hands. "The desert gives to those who remain patient," he murmured. "It tests, it whispers, and it waits. But those who watch and listen will find its gifts." Travelers watched quietly, sensing the truth in his words. The wind, once strong and relentless over the dunes, softened here, carrying only the gentle rustle of palms and the faint fragrance of wet sand and desert blooms as night approached. Lamps were lit, casting a soft glow across the oasis. Shadows of the palms danced across the tents and blankets, merging with the starlight that now blanketed the sky. A fire crackled at the center of the camp, and the aroma of cooking lentils, bread, and dried figs mingled with the earthy scent of the oasis. The travelers settled in, sharing stories and silent smiles, each aware of the rare fortune of discovering such a secret place. The calm of the hidden oasis was profound. The water mirrored the stars above, and the gentle hum of life-birds. A distant lizard, the soft swish of palm fronds carried a lullaby that soothed every traveler into a deep, peaceful sleep. Even the desert beyond, vast and endless, seemed patient, watching over them without interference. The caravan rested under the palms that night, cradled by the desert's secret, knowing that such sanctuaries were rare and precious. The soft sound of the wind and the reflection of the stars on the pool guided them into dreams, dreams filled with journeys yet to come, adventures still unseen, and the quiet wisdom of the desert itself. Night descended upon the hidden oasis, like a velvet curtain draping the desert in its deep indigo hue. The stars emerged slowly, one by one, until the sky shimmered with an endless tapestry of silver. The palms swayed gently in the breeze, casting elongated shadows across the camp. Each frond seemed to whisper a lullaby, carrying the soft hum of the desert far beyond the oasis. The travelers lay upon their blankets, camels resting beside them, their long legs folded gracefully beneath them. The children, cheeks flushed from the day's excitement, were already lost in dreams, their soft breaths mingling with the faint ripple of the water. Mothers and elders reclined against palm trunks, eyes closed, bodies relaxed, letting the gentle rhythm of the oasis cradle them into rest. Musa walked quietly among the camp, his sandals making barely a sound in the soft sand. He paused by the water's edge, dipping his fingers lightly into the pool. The surface reflected the countless stars above, shimmering like scattered lanterns. He whispered a quiet blessing, honoring the desert, the oasis, and the travelers themselves, who had found shelter here after days of arduous journeying. As the night deepened, a subtle transformation took place. The desert, once silent and still, seemed to come alive in dreams. Travelers who slept felt the soft brush of unseen wings, imagined the distant cry of a hawk circling above dunes, or sensed the faint warmth of sunlit sands remembered from the day. Each dream was unique, yet intertwined with the others, as though the oasis itself wove a tapestry of quiet magic over them. Children dreamed of secret paths hidden in the dunes, leading to shimmering cities of gold and glass. The elders dreamt of travelers from centuries past, their camels loaded with spices, silks, and stories, walking the same roads that the caravan now traversed. The water of the oasis whispered in these dreams, carrying fragments of forgotten songs and tales, binding them to the living and the past in a seamless moment of serenity. Outside the oasis, the desert night held its own mysteries. The wind carried soft, almost imperceptible melodies, like a faint chorus echoing across distant dunes. The soft hoot of an owl, the rustle of a lizard in the sand, and the gentle swish of palm fronds blended into a symphony of calm. Even the camels seemed to absorb the rhythm, their breathing slow and steady, perfectly synchronized with the desert's gentle pulse. Throughout the night, the travelers remained cocooned in this peace. Every star reflected on the pool above seemed to mirror the dreams below, creating a bridge between sky and earth, memory and imagination. The desert's watchful presence reminded them of the vastness around, yet also offered a rare intimacy, a moment where time slowed and the heart's pace aligned with the gentle rhythm of nature. When dawn approached, the first light softened the edges of shadows, illuminating the oasis in muted pinks and silvers. The travelers stirred gently, their dreams lingering as the world of sand and sky returned to waking life. The desert, eternal and silent, had cradled them through another night, leaving its imprint of calm and wonder upon their souls. The first rays of sunlight crept softly over the horizon, brushing the desert with pale gold and tender pink. The oasis, still shimmering from the night's dreams, reflected the dawn in its gentle ripples. Shadows of the palms stretched across the sand, and the air carried the faint, sweet fragrance of damp earth and cool water. The caravan began to stir, waking slowly from a night steeped in peace. Children blinked open their eyes, watching as sunlight danced upon the oasis pool. Mothers coaxed them gently, offering warm sips of tea brewed in small copper kettles, its aroma mingling with the earthy scent of the palm grove. The elders rose carefully, stretching and taking in the soft colors of morning, their faces serene, their thoughts still lingering in the tranquility of dreams. Camels stirred, shaking off the soft sand clinging to their coats. Their long legs flexed as they stood, and the bells around their necks jingled softly, a gentle chorus that mingled with the whispering palms. Musa walked slowly along the pool, dipping his hand into the cool water and letting it run down his face. The touch refreshed him, a quiet reminder of the desert's generosity, and the oasis' rare sanctuary. Breakfast was prepared near the water's edge. Small fires crackled, warming flatbreads and steeping tea, while travelers shared dates, figs, and nuts from their packs. The conversation was calm and reflective, filled with soft laughter and the quiet excitement of anticipation. Everyone felt the subtle magic of the hidden oasis lingering in their hearts, a gentle energy that would carry them forward as the sun rose higher. The caravan readied itself for departure. Blankets were folded, fires extinguished, and camels gently loaded with goods and supplies. Children mounted their mounts with a mixture of eagerness and sleepiness, holding tightly to the hands of their elders. Each traveler carried the memory of the oasis, a quiet reserve of calm and strength to sustain them through the day's journey. When all was ready, Musa led the caravan toward the dunes once more. The first steps over the firm sand of the hollow were tentative, then confident, as the camels found their rhythm. The desert stretched before them in endless waves of gold, shifting and alive under the warm morning sun. Every grain of sand seemed to hold stories, secrets, and echoes of travelers past, waiting to guide those who moved with respect and attention. The wind, soft but persistent, whispered over the dunes, carrying faint hints of distant lands and unseen paths. Travelers listened to it as they walked, sensing the desert's quiet counsel guiding them forward. The shimmering horizon promised new wonders, hidden valleys, and perhaps another oasis, another pause where the desert would cradle them in calm once more. By midday, the caravan had settled into a steady rhythm. Camels' footsteps sank softly into the sand. Travelers adjusted their scarves against the sun, and the golden waves of dunes stretched endlessly ahead. Every eye lifted now and then to the horizon, where dunes met sky in seamless perfection, carrying the promise of discovery and the serenity of the desert's embrace. The desert greeted the caravan with a soft warmth as the morning sun rose higher, painting the sand in shades of gold and amber. The camels, now fully awake and alert, moved in steady rhythm, their bells creating a gentle melody that echoed across the dunes. The travelers followed with measured steps, their eyes scanning the horizon, alert to the ever-shifting sands, yet relaxed in the serene rhythm of the journey. As they walked, the wind carried faint whispers, barely audible, curling through the dunes. Some travelers paused, leaning close to hear, convinced that the desert spoke in its own language. Musa smiled softly, his eyes scanning the rolling sands. "The desert tells its stories to those who listen," he said. "Every grain of sand has traveled far, carrying the memory of skies, winds, and footsteps that came before us." The dunes began to change subtly, rising taller, their curves sharper, and their ridges casting long, intricate shadows. The travelers navigated carefully, following the subtle signs that Musa pointed out, a line of footprints preserved by the wind, a patch of sand that shimmered differently under the sun, the subtle curve of a ridge that hinted at safer paths. The desert, vast and seemingly unending, felt alive beneath their feet. Children rode atop camels, eyes wide with wonder, imagining the dunes as oceans of gold, each wave hiding treasures and stories beneath its crest. They whispered among themselves, inventing tales of hidden cities and secret caravans that had once traveled this same road centuries ago. The elders chuckled quietly, knowing that the desert always inspires imagination in those willing to see. Beyond the sand, around midday, the caravan came upon a peculiar formation of dunes. Unlike the smooth, rolling waves they had passed before, these dunes twisted and spiraled, creating natural corridors and small, sheltered pockets. Musa motioned for the caravan to pause. "These sands have been shaped by centuries of wind," he explained. Sometimes the desert creates passages for those who walk patiently. The travelers explored the small corridors between dunes, finding tiny pools of hardened sand, delicate patterns etched by wind and time, and even small desert plants thriving in unlikely places. Each discovery brought quiet delight, a reminder that even in vast emptiness, life and wonder persist. As the sun began its slow descent, the caravan settled in a shallow hollow formed by two large dunes. The air had cooled slightly, carrying a faint fragrance of distant desert flowers. Fires were lit, blankets spread, and the camels knelt, resting after the long march. Travelers shared a simple meal, their conversations soft, punctuated by laughter and the gentle sounds of the desert settling into evening. When night fell, stars blossomed above in a sky so clear it seemed endless. The wind carried the faint hum of the dunes, a sound that had become a lullaby for the caravan. Travelers lay back on their blankets, gazing upward, knowing that tomorrow would bring more dunes, more whispers, and more wonders across the golden expanse. The morning began quietly, the sun rising gently over the endless dunes. The caravan moved steadily, the camels' rhythmic steps sinking softly into the sand, and the travelers following with a calm sense of purpose. The desert seemed tranquil, almost reverent, its vast expanse stretching endlessly under the pale blue sky. But as midday approached, the air began to shift. A subtle tension moved through the dunes, unnoticed at first, like the desert taking a slow, deep breath. The wind picked up gradually, brushing across the travelers' faces, tugging lightly at scarves and robes. Children clutched the reins of their camels, wide-eyed, while the elders nodded knowingly. The desert, they understood, was about to remind them of its untamed nature. Within minutes, the gentle breeze had transformed into a steady gale. Fine grains of sand lifted into the air, swirling in soft golden eddies that danced across the dunes. Shadows deepened and visibility lessened as the caravan moved cautiously forward. Musa called out, guiding the travelers with calm authority. "Stay close, trust in your camels. The desert tests patience, not haste." The travelers huddled, covering their faces with scarves, their eyes squinting against the blinding dance of sand. The camels, experienced and resilient, responded gracefully, adjusting their pace and footing to match the shifting terrain. The sound of their steady footsteps, combined with the soft jingling of bells, created a rhythm that grounded the travelers amidst the chaos. Despite the intensity of the wind, beauty persisted in subtle forms. Tiny patterns carved by the air shifted constantly across the dunes, creating intricate designs that sparkled when the sunlight hit just right. A lone hawk soared above the storm, its wings steady against the gusts, a silent guardian guiding the caravan forward. The travelers, inspired by these small wonders, found a quiet courage in the midst of the storm. After what felt like hours, yet was only a brief passage, the dunes gradually softened. The wind lessened, carrying away the swirling sand, and the golden light of late afternoon returned. The caravan paused in a sheltered hollow, camels kneeling as travelers drew deep, grateful breaths. Faces were streaked with sand, yet their expressions held quiet awe. The desert had reminded them of its power, yet it had done so gently, as if to teach rather than punish. Children, curious and fearless, began to explore the hollow, discovering small flowers pushed resiliently through. The sand bent but unbroken by the wind. The elders watched silently, a soft smile touching their lips. Musa walked slowly to the crest of a dune, gazing at the horizon. "Every storm has its lesson," he said. "Even the desert's fury teaches patience, resilience, and the quiet strength of unity." As evening descended, the caravan made camp. Fires were lit in protected pockets between dunes, blankets spread for warmth, and water carefully distributed to camels and travelers alike. The wind had passed, leaving only a soft sigh across the dunes, a gentle whisper that seemed almost approving. The desert, vast and eternal, had tested them and allowed them to continue, stronger and more aware of its rhythms. That night, the travelers slept deeply, lulled not just by the cool desert air, but by the quiet sense of accomplishment. The dunes had been both challenge and teacher, and the caravan rested, knowing that each step, each storm, each whispered wind was part of a journey far greater than the miles they walked. Morning arrived gently after the night's rest, the desert air still cool from the passing storm. The dunes, once roiling with wind, now lay smooth and golden, their curves softened by the settling sands. The caravan rose quietly, camels stretching their long legs, travelers brushing sand from robes, and children blinking sleepily at the soft light of dawn. As the caravan moved forward, the desert revealed an unexpected surprise. Nestled in the hollow between two large dunes was a small cluster of wildflowers, resilient and radiant, their colors vivid against the muted gold of sand. Tiny petals of indigo, crimson, and white swayed delicately in the morning breeze, their fragrance subtle yet sweet. The travelers stopped, marveling at this unexpected display of life in such a harsh land. Musa approached slowly, kneeling to inspect the flowers. "The desert always finds a way to remind us of beauty," he said softly. "Even after the harshest storm, life can emerge in the quietest places. The children knelt beside him, their fingers brushing petals carefully, eyes wide with wonder at the fragile perfection before them. The elders spoke quietly among themselves, reflecting on the resilience of nature. The flowers had survived the windstorm, bending but not breaking, and in their small, delicate forms they carried a lesson: patience, endurance, and the quiet triumph of life. The travelers felt a shared reverence, understanding that this moment, small as it seemed, held significance beyond the eyes of the ordinary world. Cameras and sketchbooks were replaced by careful observation, each traveler committing the scene to memory. The camels grazing nearby seemed almost to sense the reverence in the air, their steady breathing harmonizing with the whisper of petals and the gentle rustle of fronds in the occasional desert breeze. Musa led the caravan through the hollow, moving carefully to avoid disturbing the flowers. They walked slowly, savoring the calm after the storm. Every step seemed lighter, carried not just by the sand, but by a renewed sense of harmony with the desert. Travelers spoke in hushed tones, sharing quiet thoughts about the fragility and resilience they had witnessed, their hearts filled with peaceful gratitude. As the day wore on, the caravan moved beyond the hollow, leaving the flowers behind, yet their memory lingered. The dunes stretched endlessly, golden and undulating, but the travelers carried with them the lesson of the blooms. Even in the vast emptiness, beauty persisted, waiting to be discovered by those who walked patiently and with reverence. By late afternoon, the caravan paused at a sheltered area of the dunes to rest. Fires were lit, blankets spread, and the camels knelt for nourishment. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the golden sand. Travelers drank tea and shared dates in a quiet circle, the memory of the wildflowers vivid in their minds. Even in the desert's immensity, small treasures revealed themselves to those willing to look closely. That night, under a sky ablaze with stars, the travelers slept with calm hearts. Dreams carried hints of the indigo and crimson petals, dancing among dunes and whispering their quiet wisdom. The desert, vast and eternal, had shown them both its challenges and its subtle rewards, reminding them that patience and attention could uncover beauty even in the most unlikely of places. The desert morning was calm, the sky painted in soft shades of peach and lavender. The dunes glowed warmly under the gentle sun, their curves smooth and unbroken after the storm. The caravan moved slowly, each step measured and careful, as if the travelers were attuning themselves to the quiet pulse of the desert beneath their feet. Musa raised a hand, signaling a pause. His eyes, sharp and attentive, had noticed something subtle in the sand ahead. Delicate impressions, partially buried by the morning wind, hinted at the passage of those who had come before. Camels' hoofprints, the faint drag of a pack, and the light imprint of a traveler's sandal all traced a path across the dunes. "Look closely," Musa whispered. "The desert leaves clues for those who pay attention. Every traveler, every journey leaves a mark even if the wind tries to erase it." The children leaned forward eagerly, tracing the faint patterns with their fingers, imagining the lives of the unknown travelers who had passed this way centuries ago. Following the trail, the caravan navigated the dunes with renewed focus. The soft, winding marks led them across undulating hills of sand, sometimes rising to steep crests, sometimes dipping into sheltered valleys. The desert seemed to guide them, offering gentle hints through the faint tracks that shimmered under. The morning sun. The travelers spoke softly among themselves, sharing thoughts and stories inspired by the traces. Some imagined merchants carrying silks and spices, their eyes scanning the horizon for distant caravans. Others envisioned nomads leading camels through hidden passes, whispering to one another about water sources or secret paths. Each story, unique to the teller, became part of the living memory of the desert itself. By midday, the caravan reached a cluster of dunes that appeared unusually shaped. Musa paused atop one crest, his gaze sweeping the horizon. "There," he said, "a landmark waits beyond this ridge." As the caravan crested the dune, the travelers gasped softly. Before them lay a solitary rock formation, rising abruptly from the sand like a sentinel. Its surface was weathered smooth by centuries of wind, yet it stood firm, casting a long shadow that stretched across the dunes. The rock formation was unusual, unlike any natural feature they had encountered. It seemed to hold a quiet authority, as if it had been placed by the desert itself to guide travelers. The elders murmured in respect, while children ran to touch its cool surface, marveling at the way it rose sharply from the golden sands. Musa approached, placing a hand on the stone and closing his eyes for a moment. Sensing the history embedded in its presence, the caravan made camp nearby, choosing the shadow of the rock as a shelter from the heat of the afternoon sun. Fires were lit, tea brewed, and simple meals shared. Travelers sat quietly, watching the play of sunlight and shadow across the stone, feeling a deep sense of connection to the desert and its silent guardians. Even the camels rested with calm, their presence steady and reassuring. As night fell, the desert sky unfolded into a canopy of stars. The solitary rock rose as a sentinel in the silver light, watching over the caravan as they slept. Dreams that night were filled with paths, trails, and quiet guidance, echoing the subtle wisdom of the traces in the sand. The desert, ever patient, had revealed another layer of its story, a reminder that every step taken leaves a mark, and every traveler becomes part of its enduring memory. The sun climbed steadily over the golden dunes, casting long shadows that shifted and danced across the sand. The caravan moved in quiet rhythm, camels' hooves sinking softly into the dunes. Travelers wrapped in scarves to guard against the desert heat. Ahead, Musa's sharp eyes noticed a subtle change in the landscape, a narrow break in the dunes, barely visible except for the gentle shadow it cast. "There," Musa said softly, pointing to the crevice. "A canyon hidden in the sands. It may offer shade and a chance to rest before the heat grows stronger." The travelers quickened their pace, curious about what lay ahead, and soon they approached the canyon entrance. The canyon was narrow, its walls rising steeply on either side. The sand here was cooler, and a faint breeze whispered through the crevice, carrying a scent of dry stone and faint wildflowers. Shadows from the canyon walls stretched across the sand, creating natural pockets of shade that felt almost like a secret sanctuary in the vast desert. Children ran ahead, their laughter echoing softly, discovering small alcoves and pockets of sand where tiny desert plants clung stubbornly to life. Their fingers brushed over ancient markings, etched into the stone lines and shapes that hinted at travelers long past, carved into the canyon walls to guide or warn those who came after. The elders followed, studying the carvings with reverent attention, sensing the weight of centuries in each groove. Musa led the caravan deeper into the canyon, his staff tapping lightly against the stone to guide the camels. The walls curved gently, forming natural corridors that protected them from the harsh sun. Here, the desert seemed to slow, as if it were holding its breath, allowing the travelers to pass with calm and serenity as the caravan settled into a sheltered hollow. Within the canyon, fires were lit for cooking, and blankets were spread across the cooler sand. Tea brewed in small kettles, the fragrant steam rising to meet the shadows of the canyon walls. Camels knelt patiently, enjoying the rare relief from the sun, their bodies warming slowly in the gentle shade. The markings on the canyon walls sparked quiet conversations among the travelers. Some imagined ancient caravans that had used this hidden passage, merchants carrying precious silks and spices, nomads guiding travelers safely through the desert, each step leaving a story carved into the rock. Children traced the lines with their fingers, imagining voices from centuries past, whispering guidance and tales into their ears. As evening fell, the sun dipped behind the dunes, casting a warm, soft light into the canyon. Shadows deepened, creating a play of shapes across the walls, as if the stones themselves were dancing with the fading sun. Travelers sat quietly, sipping tea and sharing small pieces of bread and dried fruit, their hearts calm and attentive to the gentle rhythms of the desert. When night finally settled, stars appeared above the canyon's narrow opening, their light spilling faintly into the crevice. The travelers lay on their blankets, listening to the soft whispers of the wind moving through the canyon, the faint rustle of desert life around them. Dreams came easily, filled with echoes of ancient travelers, secret paths, and the calm reassurance of shade and shelter hidden in the heart of the dunes. The morning light filtered softly into the canyon, illuminating the walls with warm amber hues. The travelers stirred from their rest, stretching and adjusting their blankets, the camels kneeling patiently beside them. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the faint scent of stone and sand, warmed gently by the rising sun. Musa, walking at the head of the caravan, raised a hand and pointed toward the narrowing corridor ahead. "Follow me carefully," he said softly. "There is something ahead the desert has kept hidden." The travelers moved forward slowly, camels stepping lightly over the sand as they entered a narrower section of the canyon. The walls rose steeply on either side, their surfaces smooth with centuries of wind and sand erosion. Faint traces of carvings appeared here, like messages from the past, guiding the caravan deeper. A faint sound reached the travelers' ears, a gentle trickle, soft and melodic. Children's eyes widened, and even the elders paused, listening intently. The sound grew clearer as they proceeded, and soon the source became evident. A small spring, its water clear and sparkling, flowing steadily from a crack in the rock. It pooled into a natural basin, reflecting the light like liquid glass dot. The travelers dismounted and approached the spring with reverence. The children dipped their fingers into the cool water, laughing softly at its refreshing chill. Camels were led to drink, lowering their long necks to lap gently at the life-giving liquid. Musa knelt at the edge of the spring, cupping his hands to drink, and then splashed some on his face. A quiet gesture of gratitude to the desert. The hidden spring was a sanctuary within the canyon. Soft moss and tiny desert flowers had taken root near its edges, adding a hint of green and color to the sandy, golden surroundings. The water's gentle flow created a lullaby that mingled with the soft rustling of the canyon walls and the occasional call of a distant bird. It was a moment of pure calm, a rare gift in the vast desert. Meals were prepared nearby, using small fires and portable stoves. Tea brewed with a light aroma of desert herbs, and travelers shared bread, dried fruits, and nuts. Laughter and soft conversations mingled with the gentle trickle of water, creating an atmosphere of peace and connection. Even the camels seemed to sense the tranquility, lying quietly as they drank and rested. As the afternoon sun began to soften, the travelers explored the edges of the spring. Some traced the carvings on the walls, discovering small patterns and symbols left by ancient travelers. Others wandered along tiny sand pathways, discovering miniature flowers that had bloomed resiliently in the cracks of rock. Every detail felt sacred, a reminder that life could persist even in the harshest of places. Night fell gently over the canyon, the stars visible above the narrow opening. Travelers lay on blankets near the spring, listening to the gentle water and the whispering wind. Dreams that night were filled with images of flowing water, hidden sanctuaries, and quiet. Secret places where the desert shared its treasures with those who moved with care and respect. The hidden spring had become a haven, offering refreshment, calm, and a timeless connection to the living desert. The caravan emerged from the cool shadow of the canyon as the morning sun spread its light across the desert. Before them stretched an immense expanse of dunes, shaped by centuries of wind into smooth rolling waves that glittered like molten gold, forming a rhythmic pattern that seemed almost like the frozen motion of a vast ocean. Musa led the caravan forward slowly, observing the patterns carefully. "The dunes are alive," he said quietly. "Their shapes tell stories of wind, time, and movement. Golden waves, children ran ahead in small bursts, their laughter mixing with the gentle sigh of the desert wind. They leaped over the smaller dunes, their footprints leaving temporary marks that the wind soon began to erase. Elders moved more deliberately, pausing to notice the subtle shifts in sand color and texture, the way light danced across the slopes, and the soft hum of the wind as it swept over the dunes. The caravan reached a higher ridge where the view became breathtaking. Endless waves of sand rolled toward the horizon, their forms ever shifting yet frozen in momentary perfection. Absorbing the vast, silent beauty of the desert sea, Musa gestured toward a distant ridge. "Look there," he said. Travelers approached the smaller dunes, noticing the subtle patterns left by wind and occasional desert creatures. Tiny lizards darted across the sand, and birds occasionally swooped low, tracing arcs through the bright sky. By midday, the caravan found a gentle hollow among the dunes to rest. The camels knelt, and travelers unpacked small meals and brewed tea over low fires. Conversations were quiet, respectful of the serene rhythm of the surrounding landscape. Children nibbled dried fruits while gazing at the waves of gold, imagining ancient merchants crossing these very sands, guided only by the sun and stars. As the day wore on, the desert transformed, shadows lengthened, and the golden dunes deepened. In color, shifting to soft bronze and rose. The wind, ever patient, reshaped the sand subtly, erasing some footprints while revealing new patterns. Travelers walked slowly along the ridgelines, tracing the natural lines and observing the intricate textures created by the wind's touch. When evening approached, the caravan set camp atop a broad dune, giving them a panoramic view of the rolling desert waves. Fires were lit, blankets spread, and camels rested in the sand. The fading sun painted the dunes in soft hues of pink and lavender, creating a surreal, tranquil landscape. Travelers gazed in quiet reflection, feeling the infinite calm of the desert surrounding them as night fell. Stars blossomed across the sky, mirrored faintly in the dunes' golden curves, of wind and the steady breathing of camels. Dreams that night were filled with endless golden waves, gentle rhythms of sand and sky, and the silent, timeless beauty of the desert's ocean. The caravan moved steadily across the golden waves of dunes, their shadows stretching long under the soft afternoon sun. The wind whispered gently, reshaping the sands as the camels trudged patiently along the ridges. "Look there," he said softly. "A lone tree stands ahead, defiant and enduring." At first, the travelers could barely make out the dark silhouette against the shimmering dunes. But as they approached, the details became clear. A solitary tree, its branches wide and twisted, roots anchored deep into the golden sand. Its leaves shimmered faintly in the sunlight, a rare green jewel amidst the vast expanse of gold. Children gasped and ran ahead, laughing softly, eager to touch the branches. The elders approached slowly, reverent, sensing the significance of such resilience in the heart of the desert. The tree offered more than shade, it was a symbol of endurance. Camels knelt beneath the tree, grateful for the shelter, while travelers spread blankets in its shadow. Crackle of a fire, blending with the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. Children explored the area around the tree, discovering small desert flowers and insects that had taken refuge near its roots. Tiny stories of desert creatures that had lived here for centuries. Elders spoke softly of ancient travelers who might have rested beneath this very tree, their journeys guided by sun and stars, their footsteps preserved only in memory and sand. As the sun sank lower, the tree's shadow stretched across the dunes, creating a mosaic of light and shade. The travelers paused, absorbing the serene beauty, their hearts aligned with the quiet wisdom of the desert. Musa touched the trunk gently. "Flourish, we too endure, guided by patience and resilience." As night approached, the caravan remained beneath the tree, gazing at the horizon where the golden dunes met the indigo sky. Stars blossomed overhead, and the gentle hum of the desert accompanied the soft breathing of camels and travelers. The tree, steadfast and solitary, seemed to watch over them, a guardian in the vast expanse of sand. Dreams that night were filled with the image of the resilient tree, its roots entwined with the earth, branches reaching toward the stars. Travelers slept deeply, lulled by the calm presence of life, thriving in isolation and the infinite tranquility of the desert surrounding them. The desert morning was calm, in gentle light. The caravan stirred beneath the solitary tree, stretching and preparing for another day of travel. Camels shifted on their knees, shaking off sand, while travelers adjusted their scarves and gathered supplies. The desert was silent but alive, each ripple of sand a subtle rhythm guiding their steps. As the caravan moved forward, Musa raised a hand, signaling for a pause, and wind its surface was etched with faint symbols, worn but still visible. Travelers approached carefully, brushing away sand to reveal more of the ancient markings. This, Musa said softly, tracing the symbols with his fingers, is an old merchant's marker. Centuries ago, caravans would leave stones like this to indicate safe paths, water sources, or hidden passages, and silk guided only by stars and these silent markers. The elders studied the carvings quietly. Each line told a story, a secret kept for generations, a silent guide for those patient enough to follow. Musa led the caravan along the direction suggested by the marker, moving carefully across the undulating dunes, each step resonating with the memory of those who had traveled before. The dunes shifted as the travelers advanced. Children traced footprints in the sand, inventing stories of merchants, explorers, and travelers who had used this hidden route to navigate safely across the vast desert. Tales of journeys long past. By midday, the caravan found a gentle hollow among the dunes. The shadows were soft, providing a brief respite from the sun. Travelers spread blankets, brewed tea, and shared simple meals. The marker, partially buried, still pointed toward the path ahead, a quiet sentinel guiding them onward. Camels rested nearby, their steady breathing blending with the faint sigh of the desert wind. As afternoon approached, the dunes around them began to glow with a soft golden hue. The caravan moved carefully, following the subtle clues left by the marker. The desert seemed to respond, revealing slight ridges and curves that hinted at the safest and most stable paths. Travelers walked in quiet harmony with the land, sensing the silent conversation between sand, wind, and stone. When evening fell, the caravan set camp near a low dune that offered shelter from the cooling wind. Fires were lit, blankets spread, and camels knelt beside the travelers, The sky deepened to shades of indigo, and stars emerged, mirrored faintly by the golden ridges of the dunes. Of the merchants who had once relied on markers like this, connecting past and present in a serene, timeless rhythm. The morning sun rose slowly over the dunes, casting long, golden shadows that shifted with each gentle breeze. The caravan stirred, camels stretching their legs, and travelers preparing for the next leg of their journey. The desert felt vast, endless, yet intimate, as if every grain of sand had been waiting to greet them. Musa led the way toward the direction indicated by the ancient stone marker. The path gradually rose, dunes merging into a broad slope that led to a hidden plateau. Travelers climbed slowly, feeling the soft give of sand beneath their feet, guided by instinct, experience, and the quiet wisdom of the desert. As the caravan reached the top, a breathtaking view unfolded. The plateau stretched widely before them, offering a panoramic perspective of rolling golden dunes, scattered rocks, and distant oases glimmering like hidden jewels. The wind here was gentle, carrying a faint melody of whispering sands. The plateau felt timeless, a vantage point both grand and serene, where the desert revealed its majesty in stillness. Travelers dismounted and gathered in small clusters, sitting on blankets spread over warm sand. Camels knelt patiently beside them, heads swaying slightly as they chewed dried grasses. Musa stood at the edge, gazing across the vast expanse. From up here, the desert shows its stories, he said softly. Every dune, every ridge, every shadow holds memory. We are part of its rhythm, and it is part of ours. Children ran to the edge, peering over gently, imagining the distant paths carved by wind and centuries of travelers. They whispered tales of hidden treasures and secret caravans, weaving stories inspired by the panoramic view. Elders sat quietly, their eyes reflecting both awe and contemplation, absorbing the calm majesty of the plateau. Tea was brewed in small kettles, the aroma mingling with the warm air and faint scent of desert flowers that had stubbornly taken root near scattered rocks. Travelers sipped slowly, savoring the calm and serenity of the plateau. Each breath carried the soft warmth of sand and wind, the gentle rhythm of life in a place where time seemed to pause as the sun began to dip lower. Shadows lengthened, painting soft patterns across the dunes. Travelers walked slowly along the plateau's edge, tracing the curves of sand and rock, noting tiny desert plants, scattered pebbles, and the faint marks of desert creatures. Every detail felt significant, every moment an opportunity to connect with the vastness around them. Night fell gradually, stars blooming above in a sky of deep indigo. The plateau, bathed in moonlight, glimmered faintly, the dunes below casting soft shadows. Travelers lay on blankets, gazing at the heavens, the camels resting quietly beside them. Dreams that night were filled with the endless dunes, the whispering winds, and the quiet, timeless serenity of the desert plateau, place where reflection and calm became one with the desert itself. The desert plateau awoke slowly under the first light of dawn, the golden dunes below catching the soft pink and amber hues of morning. The caravan stirred, camels stretching gently, travelers brushing sand from robes, and children eagerly peering over the plateau's edge. Musa signaled for departure, guiding the caravan carefully down the gentle slope toward the valleys hidden. Beneath the plateau, the descent was gradual, the sand soft and warm beneath camel hooves. As the travelers moved forward, the landscape transformed. Small, sheltered valleys appeared, carved over centuries by wind and rare rainfall. Here, the desert seemed alive in subtle and surprising ways. Tiny blooms of indigo, pale yellow, and soft white dotted the sand, clustered near rock crevices and shaded pockets. The colors were delicate yet vivid, offering a gentle contrast to the golden dunes. Children ran ahead, their laughter mingling with the soft hum of wind. They knelt beside the flowers, tracing their fragile petals with wonder. Musa smiled quietly, observing how curiosity and reverence could transform even a simple journey into a lesson of discovery. The desert rewards those who look closely, he said. Even in vast emptiness, life endures quietly. Elders moved slowly along the valleys, noting patterns in the sand, the direction of tiny rivulets carved by rare rain, and the resilient plants thriving in the crevices of rocks. Camels stepped carefully among the small dunes, their soft breathing blending with the whisper of wind and the faint rustle of leaves. Travelers shared quiet reflections, speaking softly about endurance, patience, and the unseen stories embedded. In the desert, the valleys revealed further surprises. Small rock formations, smoothed by centuries of wind, created natural alcoves, offering shade and shelter. Tiny desert streams, no longer flowing but still hinting at water's past presence, shimmered faintly in the morning light. The travelers paused often, savoring the calm and subtle beauty of this hidden world beneath the plateau. By midday, the caravan found a particularly sheltered valley, where flowers bloomed in clusters around a low stone ridge. Camels knelt, and travelers spread blankets, preparing a quiet meal of bread, dried fruits, and tea. The air was sweet with the scent of blooms, mingled with the warmth of sand and gentle sun. Children explored the edges, discovering small lizards and desert insects, fascinated by the tiny, thriving ecosystems. As afternoon approached, Shadows deepened in the valleys, creating patterns that shifted softly with the sun's movement. The travelers walked slowly along the sandy paths, tracing the delicate balance of life, water, and stone in these hidden oases. Every step seemed to harmonize with the desert's rhythm, a reminder of the patience and observation required to fully experience such serenity. When night fell, stars emerged above the plateau and valleys, mirrored faintly in the gentle curves of the sand. Travelers lay on blankets, gazing upward, listening to the whispering wind and the soft, nocturnal sounds of desert life. Dreams that night carried the colors of blooms, the gentle rhythms of hidden valleys, and the infinite calm of the desert, teaching the travelers once more the quiet magic hidden in the vastness of the sands. The late afternoon sun stretched long fingers of light across the desert, casting shadows that shifted slowly over the golden dunes. The caravan moved quietly through the hidden valleys, the soft crunch of camel hooves blending with the gentle whisper of the wind. The travelers' hearts were calm, attuned to the serene rhythm of the desert's vast expanse. Ahead, a distant ridge caught the travelers' attention. It glowed warmly under the sun's fading light, the sand taking on deep amber and rose tones. Musa paused, his eyes scanning the horizon. "That ridge," he said softly, "is shaped by centuries of wind. It invites us to explore, to walk gently and notice its secrets." The caravan approached slowly, each step deliberate. Camels moved with ease, accustomed to the undulating sands, while children ran ahead, their laughter echoing faintly across the dunes. Travelers marveled at the subtle gradients of color in the sand, the way light and shadow played across the gentle slopes, turning the ridge into a natural masterpiece of texture and hue. As they neared the glowing ridge, small details emerged. Delicate patterns etched by wind swirled across the sand like ancient script, invisible until one paused to look closely. Tiny desert plants clung to the upper slopes, their muted greens and yellows creating soft accents against the glowing sand. The travelers moved carefully, feeling a deep sense of reverence for the quiet artistry of the desert. Children discovered small pockets of shade formed by slight dips in the ridge. They crouched to observe insects, tiny lizards, and subtle flowers, their curiosity mingling with the calm wonder of the surroundings. Elders walked slowly, savoring the tactile experience of sand underfoot and the rhythmic sway of the dunes. Musa led the caravan along the natural curves, pointing out hidden contours and patterns, teaching patience and careful observation by late afternoon. The caravan reached a small crest on the ridge. From this vantage point, the desert stretched endlessly, waves of dunes rolling toward the horizon, glittering faintly as the sun lowered. Camels knelt, and travelers spread blankets to rest, brewing tea and sharing quiet conversation. The glow of the ridge bathed them in warmth, and a soft breeze carried the faint scent of desert herbs. The sun dipped closer to the horizon, transforming the ridge into a palette of gold, rose, and violet. Shadows deepened in the valleys below, creating a subtle interplay of light and darkness. Travelers explored the slopes, tracing the gentle lines of sand and discovering small rock outcrops where tiny blooms thrived, resilient against the arid environment. As night fell, stars appeared, overhead mirrored faintly in the glowing sand. Travelers lay on blankets along the crest, camels resting beside them, listening to the gentle sigh of wind moving across the dunes. Dreams that night were infused with the warmth and glow of the ridge, carrying a sense of peace, awe, and the quiet magic of the desert at twilight. The desert dawn broke softly, spilling muted gold and peach light across the glowing ridge. The caravan stirred gently, camels stretching their legs, and travelers brushing sand from their robes. The air was cool and still, carrying a faint scent of dry earth and desert herbs, as if the land itself exhaled a quiet welcome. Musa guided the caravan along a narrow path that traced the ridge's natural curves. As they walked, subtle hints of past journeys began to appear. Partially buried, camel hoofprints, faded marks of wheels, and worn stones suggested that merchants and travelers had once passed this way centuries ago. The travelers paused often, brushing sand aside to reveal more of these traces, marveling at the continuity of human presence in such a vast, untamed landscape. Children ran ahead, following the faint impressions in the sand, imagining the caravans of old carrying silk, spices, and treasures across the desert. Elders walked slowly, recognizing the silent messages left behind, understanding that these traces were guides and guardians of history. Musa spoke softly, his voice blending with the gentle wind. The desert preserves its stories. Even the smallest mark can guide those who know how to see. The ridge itself seemed alive. Soft undulations formed natural corridors, and occasional rocky outcrops offered vantage points over the surrounding dunes. Delicate desert plants clung stubbornly to these rocks, their muted greens and yellows vivid against the sand. Travelers paused to examine them, tracing their survival strategies and marveling at life's persistence in such harsh conditions. As the day warmed, the caravan discovered small relics embedded in the sand, a rusted metal ring, a fragment of pottery, a faded piece of cloth partially buried. Each discovery sparked quiet reflections and soft conversations, linking the travelers not just to the desert, but to countless generations who had crossed these sands before. Children held up the artifacts gently, imagining the hands that had once touched them. By midday, the caravan reached a shallow hollow along the ridge, perfect for resting. Camels knelt, blankets were spread, and tea was brewed over low fires. The travelers moved quietly, absorbed in the soft ambience of history and sand. The air was fragrant with the gentle aroma of herbs and sun-warmed earth. Shadows from the ridge stretched across the hollow, creating a natural tapestry of light and shade. As afternoon drew on, the ridge's subtle curves and worn marks continued to guide the caravan. Musa led them carefully, pointing out small patterns in the sands left by wind, footprints preserved for decades, and delicate plant impressions. The travelers walked with reverence, sensing that each step connected them with the silent rhythm of the desert and the countless lives that had moved before them. When evening arrived, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the ridge and painting the dunes in soft rose and bronze. Travelers settled on blankets, camels kneeling nearby, listening to the wind's gentle sigh as it moved over the sand. Stars began to appear, twinkling faintly against the deepening indigo sky. Dreams that night were filled with whispers of past travelers, faded trails, and the quiet, timeless presence of the desert guiding them forward. The early morning sun cast gentle light across the ridge, spilling warmth over golden dunes that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. The caravan stirred, camels stretching their legs, and travelers adjusting scarves against the rising desert heat. Musa led the group toward a distant valley shaped like a crescent, its gentle curves inviting exploration and calm reflection. As they descended, the sand shifted beneath the camels' hooves, soft and warm. The valley revealed its secrets gradually. Gentle breezes whispered across the dunes, carrying the faint scent of rare desert blooms. Tiny petals of soft purple, pale yellow, and ivory dotted the sand, clinging stubbornly to life amidst the vast expanse. Travelers paused often, marveling at the unexpected colors and delicate patterns that contrasted with the golden dunes. Children ran ahead, laughing softly as they explored the natural corridors formed by the crescent-shaped ridges. They crouched to touch the flowers and watch tiny lizards dart across the sand. Elders walked slowly, sensing the harmony of wind, sand, and life in this secluded desert space. Moose's voice carried quietly over the soft hum of the breeze. Even in the harshest deserts, the land offers gifts for those who travel gently and notice the quiet wonders. The valley's natural curves, provided shelter from the stronger gusts of wind. Camels knelt in shaded pockets, their long necks dipping to drink from small pools of water that had collected overnight. Travelers spread blankets near the base of dunes, brewing tea and sharing quiet conversations. Each sip and bite savored in the stillness of the valley. Delicate desert blooms caught the sunlight, petals shimmering faintly as if they held a secret. Energy. Travelers knelt beside them, marveling at their resilience. Some observed tiny tracks of desert creatures, the subtle impressions of beetles, lizards, and small birds, each one a testament to the life quietly thriving in this hidden sanctuary. Children traced the tracks with wonder, imagining stories of miniature desert adventures. As the afternoon sun moved higher, soft shadows curved along the crescent-shaped dunes. The travelers walked slowly along the gentle slopes, their footsteps light, creating fleeting impressions that the wind would soon carry away. Every glance revealed new patterns and hidden treasures, small stones polished by wind, rare plants resilient against the heat, and faint carvings left by travelers long ago. By evening, the caravan settled at a sheltered spot near the heart of the valley. Camels rested while fires were lit for a simple meal. The golden dunes glowed warmly as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the valley in soft pinks and bronze hues. Travelers lay on blankets, sipping tea and watching the play of light and shadow across the sand, feeling the deep tranquility that only such a hidden desert valley could provide. As night fell, the crescent-shaped valley was bathed in moonlight, and stars sparkled above in a vast indigo sky. Travelers drifted into sleep, soothed by the gentle breeze and the quiet presence of the dunes and blooms surrounding them. Dreams were filled with soft petals, flowing sand, and the serene harmony of life persisting quietly in the heart of the desert. The morning sun rose gently over the crescent-shaped valley, spilling soft gold across the dunes. The caravans stirred quietly, camels stretching and kneeling, travelers adjusting their scarves against the cool morning breeze. The desert seemed to breathe alongside them, each gust of wind carrying whispers of sand and time in the distance. A striking silhouette caught Moose's attention, a natural sandstone arch carved over centuries by wind and sand. Its curve framed the endless desert sky, glowing softly in the morning light. A rare formation, Musa said quietly, a reminder of the desert's artistry and patience. The travelers' eyes widened in awe as they approached, feeling a sense of reverence for the natural monument. The arch was massive, yet delicate, its sandstone warm with sunlight and smoothed by centuries of wind. Tiny carvings and natural indentations adorned its surface, hints of stories told long ago. The camels knelt beneath the arch's shadow, and travelers spread blankets nearby, savoring the cool shelter and the gentle view of the dunes stretching endlessly beyond. Children ran ahead, examining small alcoves and delicate crevices at the arch's base. They imagined the hands of ancient travelers touching the stone, leaving faint marks now worn smooth. Elders walked slowly, tracing the contours of the sandstone and noting the patterns shaped by wind and time. Moose's voice carried softly. The desert teaches us patience. Every curve, every indentation tells a story if we pause and listen. The travelers spent the day exploring the surrounding dunes. The arch framed the horizon in different perspectives, depending on where one stood. From a distance, it appeared monumental, standing proudly against the vast sky. Up close, its textures and subtle colors revealed intricate details, with shades of amber, rose, and soft cream blending seamlessly. Small desert flowers clung near its base, resilient and bright against the warm sandstone. Meals were prepared under the arch's shadow, the air fragrant with tea and desert herbs. Travelers spoke in hushed tones, sharing reflections and stories. Inspired by the arch, camels rested quietly, their steady breathing blending with the gentle sigh of the wind. Children continued to explore, discovering tiny animal tracks and delicate plants thriving in sheltered pockets of sand. As evening approached, the sandstone arch glowed warmly in the setting sun, casting long, soft shadows across the dunes. Travelers sat quietly, sipping tea and absorbing the calm majesty of the scene. The sky above deepened into shades of indigo and violet, stars beginning to appear in the vast expanse. The arch, steadfast and serene, stood as a silent guardian over the caravan, a reminder of resilience, artistry, and the quiet wisdom of the desert. Night fell completely, and the travelers lay on blankets beneath the stars, listening to the wind and the subtle movements of the desert around them. Dreams that night were filled with the soft glow of sandstone, endless dunes, and the peaceful presence of a natural monument shaped over centuries. Inspiringreflection.com and timeless serenity. The afternoon sun spilled a warm, golden light across the desert, casting long, soft shadows over dunes and ridges. The caravan moved steadily beyond the sandstone arch, camels stepping carefully across the gently undulating sand. Travelers adjusted their scarves, eyes alert to the subtle changes in terrain, guided by Moose's quiet hand and keen intuition. In the distance, a shimmer caught their attention. The glimmer seemed almost unreal against the warm hues of the desert. a tiny oasis sparkling faintly in the sunlight. "There," Musa whispered, pointing with a steady hand. "A hidden oasis, a blessing from the desert itself." Children's eyes widened, and a quiet excitement rippled through the group, tempered by the serene calm of the surrounding landscape. The caravan approached slowly. The oasis revealed itself as a small pool of clear, shimmering water surrounded by a patch of vibrant greenery. Palms rose gracefully, their fronds swaying gently in a soft breeze. Tiny flowers in muted shades of purple, yellow, and white clung to the edges, adding delicate color to the sand and stone. The sight felt almost magical, a hidden sanctuary amid the endless golden expanse. Camels knelt beside the water, drinking deeply, their long necks dipping gracefully. Travelers dismounted, spreading blankets on the cooler sand nearby. Tea was brewed over small fires, the aroma mingling with the subtle scent of desert blooms and the sweet fragrance of palm fronds. Children ran ahead, exploring small rock crevices and tracing the gentle patterns of sand near the water's edge. Musa walked slowly along the edge of the oasis, dipping a hand into the cool water and lifting it to feel the refreshing chill. "Oases are rare and precious," he said softly. "They are life-giving, not only for travelers, but for the desert itself. Notice the harmony here: water, sand, plants, and wind all existing together in quiet balance." Travelers nodded, absorbing the lesson of patience, observation, and respect for nature's gifts. The oasis revealed more hidden treasures as the day wore on. Tiny desert animals, lizards, insects, and birds gathered near the water, moving carefully among the plants. Travelers observed quietly, marveling at the delicate ecosystem thriving in this secluded space. Children crouched to watch the lizards darting among rocks and flowers, their laughter softened by the gentle murmur of the water. As evening approached, the sun lowered, casting golden rays that danced across the oasis. Shadows stretched long, creating a delicate interplay of light and color. Travelers walked slowly along the edge, feeling the soft sand beneath their feet and noticing the way sunlight glimmered on the water. Camels rested nearby, the air filled with the faint hum of wind and gentle rustle of leaves. Night fell, and stars sparkled above, mirrored faintly in the still waters of the oasis. Travelers lay on blankets, gazing upward, listening to the gentle sounds of water and desert life. Dreams that night were filled with the sparkling water, the swaying palms, and the quiet serenity of a hidden desert sanctuary. The oasis, a rare gem in a vast land, offered calm, reflection, and a timeless sense of connection to the desert's quiet rhythm. The sun rose softly over the oasis, its golden light spilling across the still waters and illuminating the lush greenery. Camels stirred, stretching and shifting in the cool morning, while travelers prepared for the next stage of the journey. Musa gathered the group near the water's edge, pointing toward subtle disturbances in the sand. "Look closely," he said. "Quietly, the desert keeps its memories. Even here, near the oasis, traces of travelers from long ago remain." Travelers knelt and brushed away sand carefully, revealing fragments of pottery, small tools, and faint markings etched into nearby rocks. Each artifact told a story, silent yet enduring, whispering of journeys that had crossed the desert centuries. Before, children leaned in with wide eyes, holding small pottery shards gently, imagining merchants and nomads who had rested here, carrying spices, textiles, and precious goods. Elders examined the markings closely, noting the symbols left as guidance, prayers, or records for those who would follow. Musa's voice carried softly, blending with the gentle whisper of the wind. Every mark has meaning. Every fragment is a link between past and present. The travelers spread blankets nearby, taking quiet moments to reflect on the connection between themselves and the ancient desert paths. Camels drank deeply from the oasis, the sound of lapping water mixing with the gentle rustle of palm fronds. Tea was brewed over small fires, the aroma mingling with the earthy scent of sand and foliage. Children played gently among the fragments, respecting the artifacts while letting their imagination roam freely as the day warmed. Travelers carefully explored the area surrounding the oasis. Tiny alcoves in the rocks revealed faint carvings and etchings, some resembling symbols for water, guidance, or safe passage. The desert seemed to hold its breath, allowing the caravan to move quietly among these remnants, absorbing the lessons of patience, observation, and respect. The oasis itself seemed to respond to the reverent attention. Water shimmered with gentle reflections, and soft breezes carried the scent of flowers and warm sand. Birds and small desert creatures moved cautiously, unperturbed by the humans, as if acknowledging the quiet harmony maintained by centuries of travelers who had passed through by late afternoon. The sun cast long golden shadows across the oasis and dunes. Travelers walked slowly, noting each fragment, each mark, understanding the silent stories left by those who came before. The children, guided by Musa, traced faint lines in the sand beside the artifacts, imagining themselves as part of a continuous thread of travelers, explorers, and merchants weaving through the desert across centuries. Night fell. Stars, shimmering overhead, mirrored faintly in the oasis waters. Travelers lay on blankets, gazing upward, letting the desert's timeless stories wash over them. Dreams that night were filled with ancient caravans, the glimmer of water, and the quiet, enduring presence of human memory preserved by sand, stone, and patience. The oasis, enriched by echoes of the past, offered calm, reflection, and a connection to generations long gone yet subtly present. The sun rose gently over the oasis, casting shimmering reflections across the still water. Camels stretched, kneeling, as travelers adjusted blankets and scarves for the day ahead. Musa led the caravan toward a faint, hidden watercourse, its course marked by subtle depressions and soft sand channels that glimmered faintly under the morning light. The path was delicate, winding along shallow dunes and small ridges. Travelers followed carefully, their footsteps aligning with centuries of travelers who had once moved through these same subtle corridors. Children ran ahead with quiet laughter, their eyes scanning the sand for tiny flowers, lizards, or the faint signs of past visitors. Elders moved more slowly, absorbing the gentle rhythm of the desert, the wind carrying soft whispers from distant dunes. After several hours of travel, the watercourse led them to a series of small, sand-washed cliffs. These cliffs rose gradually, their surfaces smoothed by wind and occasional rain over centuries. From the top, the desert stretched endlessly, a vast sea of golden dunes, rolling ridges, and distant oases, shimmering like mirages. The cliffs offered a rare panoramic perspective, a moment of stillness and awe for the weary travelers. Camels knelt along the base of the cliffs, their steady breathing blending with the soft rustle of sand and the distant murmur of wind. Travelers spread blankets along the edges, taking in the sweeping view. Musa pointed to subtle patterns on the cliff faces, faint markings, small grooves, and tiny pockets carved by centuries of wind. The desert teaches patience, he whispered. Every curve and every shadow has a story if we take the time to see it. Children explored the slopes carefully, discovering small crevices where desert blooms had taken root and tiny stones polished by the wind. They crouched to observe lizards darting among the rocks and small birds resting on cliff edges. Elders moved slowly, tracing the delicate lines in the sand, reflecting on the silent histories held by these cliffs. As midday approached, tea was brewed in small kettles, and travelers shared simple meals of bread, dried fruits, and nuts. The scent of warm sand and desert herbs mingled with the aroma of tea, creating a soothing, grounding atmosphere. Conversations were quiet, respectful of the surrounding calm, as travelers reflected on the desert's vastness and subtle beauty. By late afternoon, the cliffs glowed softly under the sun's warm rays, Shadows stretched across the dunes below, creating delicate contrasts and highlighting the gentle ridges carved by centuries of wind. Travelers wandered slowly along the cliff edges, taking care to observe small desert flowers, tiny tracks of animals, and subtle variations in sand and stone color. Night fell gradually, stars blooming across the indigo sky. The cliffs, now bathed in soft moonlight, seemed almost ethereal. Travelers lay on blankets near the edges, listening to the wind's gentle whispers and the distant sounds of camels shifting in the sand. Dreams that night were filled with sweeping vistas, the quiet power of wind-sculpted cliffs, and the serene, timeless rhythm of the desert. The cliffs became a place of reflection, calm, and connection, bridging the present journey with the ancient stories whispered by the sand. The morning sun bathed the sand-washed cliffs in gentle gold as the caravan prepared to descend. Camels stretched and shook off the cool morning sand, while travelers adjusted blankets and scarves in anticipation of the day's journey. Musa led the group carefully toward a narrow, winding path that descended into a hidden canyon at the base of the cliffs. The canyon revealed itself gradually, its walls smooth and rounded from centuries of wind and occasional rainfall. Shadows pooled in crevices, offering welcome relief from the sun's warmth, while small pools of water glimmered faintly in the shaded pockets. The air felt cooler here, infused with the earthy scent of damp sand and subtle desert flora clinging to rocky edges. Children ran ahead in quiet excitement, peering into nooks and crannies, discovering tiny lizards and insects that thrived in the sheltered canyon. Elders moved slowly, tracing their fingers along the smooth canyon walls, observing delicate etchings and natural indentations. Moose's voice, soft and deliberate, carried over the quiet murmurs of the travelers. The desert holds secrets, often hidden. Look closely, and you will find life, shelter, and guidance in the most unexpected places. Camels carefully stepped along the canyon floor, following the subtle path that wound between the walls. Travelers paused often, observing the delicate balance of life thriving in the canyon. Small clusters of desert flowers clung to rocks near shaded pools, their muted colors vivid against the earthy tones of stone and sand. Birds flitted cautiously between ledges, adding movement to the serene stillness. By midday, the caravan reached a wider section of the canyon where the sun filtered softly through the narrow opening above, illuminating a few larger pools of clear water. Camels knelt beside the pools, drinking slowly, while travelers spread blankets nearby. Tea was brewed over small fires, the aroma blending with the fresh, earthy scent of the canyon. Children played along the edges, watching tiny water insects and marveling at the reflection of sunlight dancing on the pool surfaces as the afternoon sun lowered. Shadows deepened across the canyon, creating patterns of light and dark that shifted with every subtle movement of sand and stone. Travelers wandered slowly along the shaded pools, tracing the soft ripple of water, observing delicate flowers, and noting tiny footprints left by desert creatures. Every detail felt significant, a quiet reminder of the life persisting in this secluded space. When evening fell, the canyon glowed faintly under the soft light of the setting sun. Travelers lay on blankets, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of wind through the canyon walls, and the steady breathing of camels. Stars gradually appeared above, their reflection shimmering faintly in the pools below. Dreams that night were filled with the quiet majesty of hidden canyons, the soft play of light and shadow, and the serene, timeless rhythm of the desert, offering calm, reflection, and connection to the desert's enduring mysteries. The final morning of the journey dawned with a soft, golden light stretching across the desert. Camels stirred gently, kneeling and stretching their long legs, while travelers adjusted scarves and blankets, preparing for the last leg of the trek. Musa led the caravan along a gentle rise, guiding them toward the final stretch of dunes that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. The desert felt alive in subtle ways, each ripple of sand carrying a story, each gust of wind singing a quiet melody. Travelers moved slowly, savoring every step, their hearts attuned to the rhythmic sway of camels and the soft crunch of sand beneath their feet. Children ran ahead, laughing quietly, their footsteps leaving fleeting impressions that the wind would soon erase. As the caravan climbed the final dunes, the vastness of the desert unfolded in panoramic glory. Rolling waves of golden sand stretched endlessly, shimmering under the warm sunlight. Subtle ridges and valleys created intricate patterns, each one unique, untouched, and mesmerizing. Musa paused at the crest of a dune, turning to face the travelers. "This," he said softly, "is the desert's final gift of you that stretches beyond time, where sand meets sky and light meets shadow." Travelers spread blankets along the crest, camels kneeling nearby, their soft breaths mingling with the gentle sigh of the wind. Tea was brewed and simple meals shared, the aroma mingling with the warm, sunlit air. Children explored small dunes nearby, discovering delicate desert flowers and tiny footprints of lizards and insects. Elders walked slowly along the ridges, tracing patterns in the sand, reflecting on the journey, the desert, and the silent lessons it had imparted. As afternoon shifted into evening, the sun began its slow descent. the sky transformed into a tapestry of soft gold, pink, and violet hues, casting long shadows across the endless dunes. Every ridge and curve of sand seemed to glow, the light reflecting softly like molten gold. Travelers paused in quiet reverence, feeling the desert's calm, timeless energy envelop them. The camels rested, their eyes half closed, swaying gently with each breath. Travelers sat quietly, sipping tea, absorbing the serenity and grandeur of the moment. Children lay on blankets, gazing upward, imagining the horizon stretching endlessly, carrying dreams of journeys past, present, and yet to come. Musa watched the fading sunlight, his heart filled with gratitude for the desert's wisdom, its quiet guidance, and the enduring beauty of a land sculpted by time and patience. As the sun dipped below the horizon, stars began to emerge, twinkling faintly. In the deepening indigo sky, shadows softened, the desert settling into night, quiet and infinite. Travelers lay on blankets, listening to the wind's gentle whispers, feeling the sand's warmth, and letting dreams carry them over dunes, across time, and into the serene heart of the desert. In that final moment, the caravan understood the desert's gift, endless calm, reflection, and connection. The journey had been more than travelette, was an immersion into the rhythm of life itself, guided by wind, sand, and the timeless dance of light and shadow across the endless dunes.